Dear Miranor, never in a million years did I think I would write you a letter. A letter like this. Desperate times, huh? For so long, I spent my time hating you. No, blaming you for everything wrong in my life. Don't get me wrong, it doesn't excuse all the bullying and torment you gave me all my life. But I know you had your own stuff to deal with. And I wasn't exactly doing myself any favors, trying to fit myself into a box. Trying to be a strong Minotaur, like all of you. It's not who I am. It wasn't until I left home that I realized how much self-sabotage I was doing. By leaning into my own strengths and fighting my own way, I have become a Minotaur I think the clan can truly respect now. Honestly, I get why people were annoyed by me. Constantly trying to be something I'm not. Armos and Drell showed me that. And it made me realize we all have roles to play. Even you. As much as it pains me to admit it. But let me step back for a moment. You see, we left for North Trillis to fight Frostoon and take back Drell's axe. Well, his father's axe. It was a long journey. So long, when we returned, the world was completely different.
Armos, you read through the scroll, saying it's a magical incantation, and a portal appears. A smaller version of what you just stepped through. On the other side, you see a clear vision of Lord Baron's Divider, his tower, his keep. His keep in the middle of like this little island surrounded by land and mountains in the distance. And it looks like it's nighttime. And then the three of you step through. And as the three of you jump through the portal, you land in the bullpen of Lord Baron's Divider. You each land on one knee as the portal had appeared in the center of the room with a 5-foot drop for the three of you. And as you stumble in the great bullpen, once packed with college alumni experimenting away, now empty. Gloom looms over you as you see knocked over tables, benches broken, beakers and glasses shattered, spilled magical shards and gems. You even see the area where Bowden was performing a purification ritual on Reginald's gem, now vacant. You look up and you see a big hole in the ceiling of the keep, and it looks like a siege had taken place here. The sky is dark. It seems like nighttime, but these dark, heavy clouds are outlined in red and are thundering. You find yourself in the great bullpen. It looks like something had crashed through here, shattering everything around you.
So it's kind of like in ruins now?
It's not in ruins, so to speak, but it looks like something had crashed through the ceiling and kind of rendered this room useless. And as you look up at the sky, it looks like it's nighttime, but you're seeing much more of these clouds passing through that you saw when you were in North Trillis. You are now back in South Trillis at Lord Baron's Divider.
Okay.
What the hell happened here?
Yeah, I was gonna ask literally the same thing.
The first thing Minnis does is that travel, per usual, shook him. He's not used to teleportation yet, so he goes and grabs a beaker and throws up in it on the side. We're back.
Do we hear anybody? See anybody?
It's pretty silent for the first initial moments. For the first few moments, you're looking around and you're seeing, and it looks like something had crashed through and all the furniture, test tables have been blown out from the position of impact. You notice that there is a dent on the floor from where Bowden was doing his purification ritual, and everything had blown out from that perspective.
On the Reginald gem?
Yes. So like a wave exploding outwards in a circular motion, and all the tables and benches are blown out that way, and the ceiling is like a massive hole in it. And after a few moments, as the three of you look around, you then hear some voices coming up from the large staircase that goes to the main area of the keep, because the bullpen is sunken down in an experimental area. You look up towards the stairs, and you do hear the chattering of voices. And after a few more moments, you see a couple of heads pop up over the railing looking down into the great bullpen. Halflings, gnomes, you see some elves, and they're all wearing these white trench coats, the Sidgwick College alumni trench coats, the workers of Lord Baron's Divider. And they're like, oh, is that them? Is they back? Are they back? I think they're back. I get you back. And they're all like whispering amongst themselves.
Is anybody there?
You're back! And you see like all the Sigil College members, your demeanor, which once was sad, now full of joy and hope. You're like, get up here, get up here. As you climb the stairs, you see that Lord Baron's Diviner had like a massive, hastily renovation. All the experiments have moved up the stairs now that the great bullpen has been rendered somewhat useless from what it looks like. And as you look around, it's stone halls where all these rooms were like splitting off into different areas. Lord Baron's Divider, the rooms you were staying in, the different school of houses where they have their own part of the Lord Baron's keep. You see that main hall has now become the new bullpen, a makeshift one. And then you look at all the windows, the stained glass that looks outside, and you see that they have been patched and fortified. What you also notice is that there are no constructs guarding any of the exits or entrances or standing around. And then you see Lord Baron come out to the center as he leaves his office and people make his path. He is alongside by Nihilus and Mulin. And you look at Mulin and he has bandages around his arm and he is walking with a cane. However, he does seem like he's in good health. Nihilus has a bandage around her eye and looks like she's only looking out of one of them. Lord Baron approaches you and he gives a smile, lands on his face. Good, you're back. I never doubted you for a second, but you sure did take your time.
Yeah, well, it's not easy fighting a god.
I'm sure you have quite the tale to tell.
Yeah, Drell could tell you. And I go and like just pass out on a chair.
You see all these like gnomes and halflings like scurry under you with like cushions as you fall. And they like gingerly lay you down. We have eagerly waited for your arrival for 6 months.
Dang, has it really been that long?
We knew your journey would be a lengthy one. We couldn't imagine it being this long.
Well, we had a few hiccups along the way, but we got the job done.
Good. We have much to talk about, but I can only imagine you may need a well-deserved rest.
Our wounds were deeper than ever before. But at the time, I felt great. Like nothing could go wrong. Lord Baron told us of the horrors that lurk outside. As you know, Christo has taken over this realm. Dark days and darker nights, nothing but hordes of fiends, cultists, and cursed creatures waiting outside the gates. Small towns never stood a chance, and the big cities are barely keeping it together. But Christo is some sort of lich, Baron tells us. We need to destroy the phylactery, but have no way to harm him. That is, until we found Brax's axe and purified the Acrylis shards. As grim as things are, there's now a glimmer of hope. Bill and I were the first to receive our gifts.
You go through the portal and you once again appear at the Chapel of Scoreus. In front of you is the staircase that descends downwards into the depth of the mountain where the chapel resides. Once protected by Alara Dawnstar, is no longer standing guard. Given the events that have taken place and her nature, you think that she had ventured out to put her skills to use and maybe provide some good in the darkened lands. And you notice that's much darker where you are, and as you can look through the windows over the Evermore Sea where the chapel rests on, the waves and oceans, you hear the crashing of waves outside. You feel that there's like a terrible storm going on, and it's essentially unassailable. That's how crazy these waters are crashing against each other. And you two descend the stairs while the portal remains active behind you. And you descend into the depth of the mountain and you see Scoreus, and he is not working, for the first time, not working on anything, but instead advising Dwark. And you see that Dwark no longer has his helmet on. Dwark looks a little bit older and looks very fit. He has grown a mighty beard, and you see that the weapon he's crafting looks in pristine condition. And you look at Scoreus as he sits in this large divot made for a giant, acting as a chair in front of this very large forge that he was previously working on. His shoulder, where he was decaying from, looks like it has expanded. And it looks like what was plaguing him has gotten worse since you have been away. And he looks over to the two of you and he goes, well, what should have been a blink of an eye felt like eternity for me. I have to say, I haven't been this quite happy to see two mortals enter my forge. And he motions his massive hand to in front of his forge for the two of you to stand at.
Oh, it's good to see you too.
Yeah, I was just gonna say the same thing.
It was a long, tough journey.
Warwick puts down his hammers to give you the proper attention and like acknowledges your presence and eagerly stands off to the side with his hands behind his back as he knows that something is about to happen and he's looking forward to it. He goes, well, we had finished the crafting of your gems to the specifications of your weapons. Drell, that is definitely my handiwork that you are holding. And he motions to your father's axe.
I like look at it. I kind of do like you know how you can like toss it and spin it, like not like crazy, but like
you flourish
it
it
out of my hand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You flourish it and show him the hilt side of it. His massive hand slowly goes in front of you for you to place your axe in his hand. And as you place it, he slowly moves it towards Minnis and he goes, "May I borrow your sling for a moment?"
You sure you can't just like do this while it's on my arm?
It'll be well advised. And he doesn't even say it. He stares at you.
Okay, and I take it off.
Minnis, just give him the sling.
Okay, yep, here you go. And I hold it out, but then I am like holding it too tight and he drags me like 2 feet before I finally let go.
He like lifts up with ease and like you stumble for a minute. And he brings the weapons closer to him and he lays them slowly on the forge in front of him. And on either side of the weapons are these two tiny, well, compared to him, tiny, bright blue gems, purified acrylic shards. He goes, "You may want to shield your eyes for this."
Okay. I turn around like a kid playing hide and seek with my hands over my eyes.
The sling is placed on this large workshop covered in runes and glyphs written in giant. The table begins to glow, and the sling begins to float in front of him. Minnis, your eyes focus in as you are witnessing a god about to work on a weapon blessed by another. Melora's sling, blessed by Mother Nature herself, now being blessed by a god of stone. Earth and nature joining as one. The small gem, in comparison to Scoreus' hand, is placed on the front of the sling. He takes a small hammer with a clink. A large, bright light flashes. Warwick looks away as he appears blinded. Drell looks away as you appear blinded. But your eyes are glued. You do not look away. However, you feel the warmth of the light and welcome Melora's reach once more. As you see the gem socketed in front, not acting only as a holy symbol, but almost as an aim for your shots. Your sling has now been socketed by the purified acrylic gem. As it slowly lands onto the forge, he picks it up and he hands it to you. And the wooden sling that was once blessed and empowered by Melora and Scoreus, the sling is sturdy, light, and seamless in design. The horns of the sling resembled a coiled goat horns that extend into bovine horns when you pull back and knock a shot. It's almost like it was designed to embrace every part of you. And you fit it onto your arm and you feel empowered. It's so light, it's like it's not even there. And you go to test it out, and before I give you stats on this new item, you go to like pull the string back to like test it, and as the coiled goat horns extend out to bovine horns to increase the tension on the sling, you see a magical little Sid appear where a shot would be placed. And it looks at you and it smiles. And it's like see-through. Basically, this is making ethereal Sids for you to shoot, potentially giving you unlimited ammo. And you see the Sid go, meh, meh, as like you give it like a quick fire and it shoots off and it like puts a hole in an anvil.
Sorry. Sorry.
And you see the Sid go, bring, and it like disperses happily. You shoot this mythical Sid and it's like, and like you feel close to Melora than you've ever did before, and you feel Scoreus' presence in the sling. Drell, Scoreus takes the axe and places it on the forge where Minnis' sling once was, and he places the gem. The axe does not react. However, a large socketed sound echoes through the cave, and a slight glint shines. He knew he had originally made this gem to fit into the head of the axe, so the gem is like right in the center of the two blades, and he had already prepared for this moment a long time ago. He just needed the weapon again. And he hands the axe back to you. The once heavy blade now feels light as a feather as you grasp the axe with your hands. And it's so light that you feel like a second set of hands is helping you lift the blade, as the strength of your father and your family rests in your hand. And as you gaze upon the socketed axe, the inscriptions and purified gem glow as you hold it, a bright glacier blue.
Whoa.
The axe is like the lightest thing you have ever held.
Yeah, I kind of like twirl it, like, you know, like slice and dice with one hand.
So as you flourish it, Drell, you have these added benefits. As a bonus action, so it's a +3 axe. It's a +3 great axe. But instead of rolling 1d12, you roll 2d12. You can also split the benefit of the +3 into your AC if you don't want it as a plus hit. So instead of being a +3 axe, you can make yourself have +3 AC, or you can split the difference. You can use the defender item as an example. So you can make it a +2 and +1 to your AC, or vice versa.
Okay. Is this per rest? I have to decide how I use it.
You can do this as many times as you want in combat. It takes a bonus action to switch the benefit. And then lastly, you get advantage on perception checks while in combat.
Ooh.
Minnis, you can shoot spectral bullets in the shape of SIDS. These shots are considered to be force damage. It is 3d4 damage, and it's considered force. And a little fun fact about force, nothing is resistant to force.
It's pretty rad.
Squares looks at you and goes, "With these weapons, you should be able to harm, if not end, Crystal's reign. His false godlyhood must be stopped, and his reign of terror must be freed from Brea. I hope you take these, and you end his corrupted path. Good."
Oh man, Minnis is definitely feeling the weight of the responsibility at this moment. You know, it didn't feel very real until this moment, where it's like, oh, this is what my training has led to. This is what my long journey has led to. I think Minnis feels 100% for the first time, 100% accepted by his peers, by the SIDS. It feels like with this moment, the world has accepted him for who he is. I'll do what I can, Scoraeus. Thank you.
You see that Scoraeus looks at you. You feel like his connection, and he places his large finger on top of your head. You feel the weight. And he goes, "Never have I seen such a small being leave a larger mark than most giants." And he lifts his finger and draws it back.
I think Minnis just nods as he backs up and lets Drell have his moment.
He looks at you, Drell. Your father was not only a great fighter, but my friend, and I miss him dearly. I wish I could travel with him just one more time. And I wish I could travel and fight along your side. However, the fates have different plans for me. But I am glad and privileged to let out my gifts to you for a final time.
Yeah. When we were up there in the north getting this axe, I had to fight Edgar. And I feel like he knows who he is, because I feel like Brax probably definitely told him about it.
He nods his head.
And
This is the first time Minnis has heard of this, so Minnis
oh
is
yeah,
like,
Minnis, it's
what?
all the long, yeah, it's a long thing. I was fighting this dragon that was giving me
the dragon from the wall?
a sickness. It was giving me like a weird.
Back in the Cobalt Cave?
Anyways. So yeah, he kind of just says, I couldn't have done it without him, and I think he was proud to fight by you as well. So I will use this weapon to the best of my ability for both you and him.
He just nods at you and leans back, and you see that like this glow that he has from his shoulder like shines a little bit more, and you hear like a little bit of a grunt from him as he adjusts. He goes, "Well, that'll be it. I would like to say good luck, but I know you have this."
Oh, I hope so. No, I believe so. And I look over at Dork, and I walk over and I just kind of reach my hand out.
He like looks at it, and then he looks at Scoraeus, and Scoraeus nods, and he looks back at you, and you see like his chest puffs out, and he's like, and he takes his hand from behind his back, and he gives you just the firmest handshake as he clasps your hand and goes up, down, having a connection with you.
And without saying a word after that, I start walking back up the stairs.
Drell, as you follow behind,
Yeah.
You see as the two of you turn around to walk through the portal, saying your goodbyes. Before you even make it to the portal, you hear the hammers bang away as Scoreus begins to picks up his lesson as he's teaching Dwarric something new from the previous project they were working on before you came in. As you pass through the portal, Armos finally makes it up the long spiraling steps to the peak of the tower. And as you reach this massive observatory-like room, Armos, you see that there is a Nothic looking out the window. And you see next to the Nothic, Kemi Joe in a very tattered lab coat. And Kemi Joe turns around as he hears the latch of the doors open. As you walk in, he goes, Armos? Ha! Yeah, Armos is here. Hey, Bowden. And you see the Nothic turns around. He looks at you. You see that he like chatters his teeth at you. And Kemi Joe comes over to shake your hand, Armos.
It kind of breaks him out of the anger that he was already in. So he's, yeah, hey, how you doing? We've been better. You know, it's been we've had brighter days around here, and you look out to the glass observatory. The glass dome has not been fortified, and you can see the lands around Lord Baron's Divider, and you see that the river that it's resting on, where it's built upon, is insanely low. Like the rivers are running dry. You see these dark, heavy clouds booming with thunder just outside the observatory and the shield. You see that there's these large gorilla-like demons pacing around the dome that Bowden had placed to protect. And then you even see like the flames of towns way in the distance. You see the Riverwood Forest have a few flames among their trees. You see that the World Tree that you've climbed out of way back in Arc 1 is still standing tall and looks preserved and unaffected, but there are small flames around its like patches of fire in the Riverwood Forest, and you see everything looks decayed, and you can oversee this large plume of smoke over Lelouch's farm and vineyard when they had attacked it months ago, and you see that there are still flames burning from when it was still initially attacked. You still see flames coming from that area, and South Trillis looks devastated. So we have definitely been in better days, but we are now moving to the hopeful ones. Yeah.
I'm not gonna throw a cliche at you, Almos. It's dark as before the dawn, I get it. If anyone can shed some light, it's you fiery fella. And he gives you like some like punchy jabs on your legs, and he's like, hey, right? Am I right?
Wait, I'm bad. Hang on a second. Quit trying to cheer me up. I need to know what happened to my rabbit friend, and this one over here has all the answers.
Yeah, he does. And you see that Kemi Joe looks a little sad. He's not going to transform for you because he's saving his power for anything that comes close to the keep. You know, he can only really cast spells when he's in his human form, and he has that very limited time. But he advised me to tell you that when you meet, he's going to help you with the tome, as he was able to purify the gem and rid it of its evil. His words.
So, wait, do you know if he was able to?
He definitely did it. He definitely cleansed it.
Wait, so where is it?
You see that you see Bowden in Nothic form is looking at you, and he does have like this trench coat on, and he goes over to like a makeshift desk, and there's a small box on the table. He opens it, and your Krillish gem that was once in your tome is now this bright blue. And he takes it in one hand, and he gallops over with his other three limbs, and he walks over and he gestures to it, and he goes, well, he wants you to take out your tome. So he's gonna put it in there.
I grab my tone. I'm like impressed, but still mad, but it's fading away as I grab my tome and excitedly optimistic.
Yeah, he's like, well, just hold it in front of you. It might burn, but you know, you're a tiefling, so it should be fine. And it's just the first time you've been dabbling in the hells of magic, you should have been bothered. And then like the Bowden interrupts him and like places the gem. And he like comes over and he drops the gem onto the book, and almost like a coin rolling on its side, it spirals into place, and as the purified blue acrylic shard sockets into the gem, you once again feel the power of Balloon flow through you. The book erupts with fiery power. The tome bursts open as a small inferno spins over its pages, causing the pages to flip and furl in front of you. The spells of the fiend begin to rewrite themselves in flames onto the already singed pages, and then a boom, the book shuts as it floats and is once again yours as the power of the Balloon Pact, with the strange feeling of freedom of a large debt paid off. As this purified gem sits on its tome, you feel your fingers inflame, like you feel like you can cast these fiery spells again, as you feel that you are at your full potential once more.
I immediately cast Eldritch Blast on any cup, plate, desk, on anything I can.
You start casting Eldritch Blast. Yeah, it goes off without a hitch. You break his coffee mugs. You see like Bowden is unfazed and just staring at you. If anything, he's a little amused. You see Kemi Joe like ducks under cover as he's like, Armos, please try not to shatter the glass that's keeping all the monsters out. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Woo! Wait. If that means Reginald! I start screaming for him and looking under desks, and where is he?
You see Bowden looks a little sad. You see Kemi Joe looks down. He actually looks away from you. You don't see Reginald nearby.
What?
I know it seems like a dim, dark time.
You tell me what happened to him. And I pick him up.
It was only a chance. There was only a chance for him to come back.
And as soon as he hears that, he drops him instantly. His just heart stops.
He tried to hold on for as long as you could, I promise. And then you hear a voice, yeah, almost. I tried to hang on as long as I could. And you see Reginald is on your shoulder.
What? I grab him by his fluffy little ears.
And you hold him in front of your ears, and you see that he actually has a smile, but you notice some subtle changes in his furry appearance. As he is still as dark as midnight with his bright red eyes, you notice a small blue tint in his iris. And you also notice several scars along his back.
Oh.
7 scars. 7 wings removed. They look nasty. The hair around the scars have not grown back. The fur is empty. As you hold him by his ears, his crooked ears, and you also notice that there are patches of red fur around his feet. A similar pattern to Layla.
You just briefly met Reginald, but he is an important companion to us in the Bloodshard Bandits. He's Armos' patron who turned against the Christo, but nearly lost his life when the Acrylis Shard was purified on Armos' book. This means Armos now has the power again to fight at max capacity. Without hesitation, we laid out our plan. Lord Bear knew someone by the Red City, a scout of sorts, named Morgan Ulthil, who'd be able to lead us safely into the Red City, or at least as safely as possible. We went to get our horses, and this is where you and I were reunited.
And then Drell, Armos, the two of you walk in, and then Minnis, you come in, and suddenly, boom, you get bumped into the shoulder and pushed to the ground.
Ow.
You look behind you, and towering over you in an arm sling is this large black bull with wide horns.
Oh.
Well, you decided to stop by.
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh, fuck.
And you see that a letter's being shaken. Are you looking for me, bro?
This is happening sooner than I would have liked. Hey, Miranor.
Yo, pipsqueak?
Glad you're alive. I didn't mean that to sound sarcastic. I am actually glad you're alive.
Yeah, well.
As much as you annoy me. In every way.
So why did it take you so long to get down here?
Oh, I'm sorry. We were saving the world. Unlike you, who got captured.
Ooh, burn.
Wow.
I didn't get captured.
What have you been doing this whole time, huh?
What do you even mean? What have I been? You see that he looks to his arms. He goes, I was trying to defend our home.
Wait, you made it back?
Yeah, I made it back.
How is everybody? Is everybody safe?
What's your idea of safe?
Well, not what happened to you and the others.
Yeah, about that. He scrunches his face and he wipes his nose away, his puff. He zooms from his nostrils and goes, once suddenly Flora decided to attack us out of nowhere. I realized I didn't even know who she was. When I got away, I knew I needed to return home, only to find out that our home was being invaded constantly. He picks you up by your scruff, and he walks over to like a bench in the stable, and he puts you down, and he sits down next to you.
Could have just walked, but that's fine.
Yeah, it would have took too long. So,
What?
yeah, small fee, it would have taken you, like, we don't have time. We're just, listen.
I'm literally faster than you.
That's not possible. I could beat you with a foot. It doesn't matter.
well,
It doesn't
race
matter. We
after this
both
is
know.
over.
Listen, I'm taller. I can cover more ground than you.
That's not how fast.
That's
that's how it works.
definitely how speed works.
No, it's not even close.
Yes, it is.
Drell turns to Armos. I'm pretty sure that is how it works.
I think it is too. I'm pretty sure.
After a few minutes of bickering, we finally continue talking. Anyways.
Lord Bad had sent some scouts to check on the clan at your request.
Yeah.
And you see that he looks a little jealous.
He's like, well, some people were looking for you.
Yeah.
He takes a piece of paper out that has like a bunch of red markings on it, and it says like Ivory Boulders clan all over it, and like a crude map of like a location of where your home is, like drawn on the back.
I got this off one of the Red Dawn fanatics that are roaming around here.
It probably has to do with this, and I show him my wanted poster.
So he actually has the wanted poster. That's where the map is drawn on.
Oh, it's on the back of one of those.
Yeah. It's like a bunch of notes quickly jotted down on your wanted poster.
He goes, yeah, they came looking for you. And once they realized that was your home, they kept attacking. And eventually they started bringing in catapults. And, well,
Jeez.
I was, trying to heal back home. And, well, Lord Baron had sent some of his advisors to come. And the clan had to flee to Shadowfell.
Right. I heard that might be the safest place to go.
I came back to try to help.
And then he takes out the letter that you sent him, like looking for him.
I met a small little fairy creature. I was surprised.
Oh, Lachlan. Yes.
Yeah, and I was very impressed. And he's like a little bit taller than you.
He's not. Lachlan is very small.
Yeah. I'm gritting my teeth.
So I decided to come back here, try to help out any way I could, and even though I got a bum wing, I just felt like I was still stronger than most of the people here.
Looks around.
Looks like I still am.
I look very worried over to Drell.
Drell looks the other way.
And when I heard of that, all these people were praising your name. I just didn't believe it. And they were all asking me stories about you. And I told them the truth. I told them the truth, but they didn't believe me.
What do you mean? The truth about what?
Well, you're short and, not as strong as me. And you had this delusions of grandeur about being chieftain.
Right, yeah. Couldn't be me slaying hydras and dragons and god wolves saving the world.
I mean, I haven't seen any of that. You figured that news would travel down here, but
I'm snapping my fingers at Armos like, give me a paper.
I'm checking my pockets.
No. Let me fight his own battles. Let me fight his own battles.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I pull out my pocket and like you can see the inside, and I just can't seem to produce what he's asking for.
I don't know, bro. I mean, I'm the one that had a menu item named after him, and I slayed my own hydra, so I'm...
The point, Miranor?
Came to tell you about what happened at home. And after everything we've been through, I figured it'd be best to hear from me.
Okay.
There were...
and you see like he leans forward and like rubs his chin.
In fights, people die, and there were some casualties, and your mother was one of those casualties.
What do you mean?
She didn't make it through one of the evasions.
Oh.
One of the attacks were at night, and your house was targeted because of your father. They went for you and Titus, and she tried to hold her own. Titus was not around at the time to defend her, and she fell in battle.
And Miranor is welled up with tears trying to hold him back.
Gotcha.
Titus is changed his tune a little bit. Much more leader, if you can imagine, trying to protect the clan, and I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, looks like you weren't good enough, huh? And I just walk away, silent.
That's not.
And I do brush past Armos and Drell, and Minnis is having a moment, so he's not really thinking straight, you know? So he pushes past them and goes out for like a breath.
I go up to Miranor. I like run straight up to him. I just get in his face. I'm like, we have so much on the line, and you had to bring this to us right now? We are trying to save everything that's going on here. You don't think that he could have waited to hear all this stuff?
He deserves to know, Armos. It'll help him. As much as it sucks, he deserves to know. Trust me, I can't stand Miranor. I look at Miranor.
I don't even know you. I don't even know you.
Shut up. Yes, you do. Shut up. You totally do. You know what? Never mind. I don't agree with you. No, I'm just kidding. No. Trust me, as someone that's lost both parents and the situation going on with my Aunt Dory, he deserves to know.
Lord Baron had asked me to think about this decision, to tell him or not to, given the stakes of his new status.
And you see that he's like gritting his teeth saying that as he like, you see that Miranor like is refusing to accept the importance of you three, let alone Minnis. And he goes, given the circumstances, Lord Baron had informed me that the three of you may not return from this venture, and well, I've decided that he should know. I would want to know. My parents have died long ago. I've never even met my father. But if I imagined that if I had someone who looked after me and sought after me, and the thing I was fighting for decided to take someone that had nothing to do with the quorum at all, I would want to know, because I would want them to know when the time comes of the biggest mistake they've ever made. If he's gonna risk his life for the world, we should be honest with him.
Drell nods his head.
I think this is a serious mistake, and I'm still not in agreement. We just took out a god, literally, and you want to like throw this at him, and you think that this is going to make things better? The worst thing this is going to do is rattle what's going on and what's already in a shaky world that's happening. Just still giving him an earful because he's still just mad that Minnis is even hurt. He's not even being rational at this point.
I wish this didn't happen too.
You see that like he's trying, like, I've never felt these emotions before either. It's very hard to process, and I couldn't imagine what he's going through. And if I feel as bad, I can only imagine it's at least, he counts on one finger, 3 times as bad as this. But that's why I wanted to help, because I wasn't able to help as much before. I was too weak, and I thought that if my clan was going to be in a safe place, hiding away, then if I was still able to fight, then this would be a good way to prove myself, and that's why I came here. I wanted to help. And you see that he puckers his lips and grits his teeth. I want to
help Minnis.
And he like looks away. He's facing you, but like his eyeballs are looking away.
So what does this mean? This is your helping? You come give him bad news and then you leave?
I'm not leaving, bro. Who said anything about leaving?
And he like gets in your face a little bit.
Per your MO, and then I list all the times that there's been big fights that hasn't been there.
Serious? Are you serious, bro? Look, I'm not gonna leave. I am going to help where I can around here. And if my arm decides to get better sooner, then I will be fighting once again. I hurt I was fighting out in the field, and I'm sure you see the demons knocking on the door outside, and I was fighting them. If you have a better way, if you have a better suggestion of how I can help you, let me know. I also have something for him. Titus gave this to me to give to Minnis. Said open it when he feels the time is right.
And he takes out a box and he gives it to you, Armos.
And it's some of his mother's things.
Oh my god.
That Titus wanted Minnis to have.
It looks like a wooden jewelry box.
Mm-hmm.
It's about 2-3 inches high. It's like a small travel jewelry box. It looks like it contained various things from like letters to little items. And it has like a lock on it to keep it shut, and it looks very well crafted. It has that Minotaur wood carving design with some fashionable metals, and it's clearly designed for a classic mother's jewelry box, if you will. And he hands it to you. He goes, give that to Minnis when you think he's ready for it.
Take the box out of his hand. Still not okay with this.
You think I am, bro? He pushes you. You think I am? He gives you like a shoulder shove. I don't want anyone's mother to die.
I'm gonna snatch the box and then just walk out the room at this point because he's so fed up with the idea of hurting Minnis anymore than he already is.
Miranor's looking hella awkward. It's like Drell's just standing there. And like Miranor looks at Drell like, well, so like, what do you bench?
Drell looks at Miranor as well, and he like kind of gives him the the nod, and then he like follows Armos.
He gives you a nod back, and the three of you walk out. Minnis.
Yeah, by the time they get out, I think Minnis kind of took his own path over to the barrier, and he's just kind of staring off through the barrier at the destruction and the mayhem outside.
You see these darkened red clouds, thunder in the distance that echoes for miles. You see the occasional snap of red lightning. The ground outside the barrier looks like it's slowly decaying as the once lush green grass is like slowly turning brown from the large demon-like monsters and corrupted monsters roaming the grassy field like that's surrounding the divider. You see like deep in the distance that the once browned mountains, especially like in the direction of your clan, is now tinged and smoky black from like lightning occasionally striking it. You see that the water that surrounds Lord Baron's divider is lower. It's very dark from what you can see, and like you're in like a mile out from where the barrier ends, like half a mile out, you see that there's like this large serpentine like demon banging and clawing and like just snarling at the barrier, and like tries to find another spot, flies up, tries to hit it, and then comes back down. You see off in the distance is like this brown bear that looks like its skin is falling off, and it's like roaring at nothing, and then it like goes off to chase something as you gaze into the wasteland.
Drell kind of approaches Minnis, but he like wants to gauge how Minnis is doing before he actually, because he wants to be able to give him his space that he wants. So he kind of just like walks up behind him and lets them kind of like feel his presence, but doesn't say anything.
Yeah, and you see that like every single Sid is in a direct line from his left and right, also staring out at the mayhem. It's very still. After maybe a few seconds, I think Minnis does feel Drell's presence. Might have been too harsh, huh, Drell?
No, he gets it. He'll be okay. And honestly, he kind of sucks, so.
Yeah.
You see a bunch of Sids in agreement.
Yeah, like a domino nod down the line.
You see the main Sid go, he spits his tongue out, and then the main Sid is trying to comfort you.
I'm not even going to ask you if you're okay, Minnis, because we get it, but I don't even want to say it'll be okay, but you'll get through this. This sucks, I know.
We gotta make it okay, Drell. I don't want anybody to go through this again. I'm gonna do my best to push forward, okay?
Yeah. Well, like I said to my Aunt Dory, none of us are alone anymore, and there's the three of us, so we all have each other's back.
Whoa, four.
The four are in the Sid, so well, I don't know how many there are now, so there's a lot of us now, so.
Yeah, 278 and counting.
And Horsey's out there somewhere, so.
That's right.
Or Horse, I don't know, I forget if it's got an E at the end of it these days, I don't know.
A whinny in the distance is heard. Basically what Drell's trying to say is that we're a family now too. I'm reformed, by the way, so we're a family now too.
I mean, you guys have been more of a family than I've ever had in the clan. I'm gonna fight to protect you guys. I'm gonna fight to bring some sort of happiness back to them and everybody else in this world. But I can't just sit here stewing with my own problems. It hurts. Oh God, it hurts. I turn around and you do see that Minnis' face is dry. Kind of walks over to Drell and Armos. I feel empty. I feel bad. I feel like I should be sobbing right now. Oh, I feel like this is just all more real.
Well, no one gets to be the judge on how you mourn, Minnis. Just take it from me. There will be times when you're filled with rage. And it's not good. You can use it. Just don't let it overtake you.
Take it from me. Use that rage and get even.
But don't let it overtake you.
Yes, let it.
Armos, from your perspective, you're a little farther behind Drell. You just see me slowly peek around Drell's leg.
You just see Drell all of a sudden get horns, and it's just me behind him.
I just give you a look.
I'm standing on like the tippiest toes and standing on a barrel to get the effect.
Never change, Armos. And then I lean back to Drell where Armos can't see me, and I give Drell a nod. I walk towards the stables.
The three of you return to the stables as Lord Baron is now giving like some direction down there too. And you see Nihilus and Mulan, and they are flipping through a book, and they're getting ready to get you transportation. And then you see that Mirador is tending to some of the horses. He was working in a stable. That's why he was there to begin with. He pulls out 3 horses, walking over to the 3 of you. You see Mirador has the 3 horses. He goes, well, these are your noble steeds. And Drell, while your like tension was turned, he goes to give you the reins. He goes, I was told to give you this one. And you look back, and it's short off its horse.
Oh my God.
Animal handling check.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Use the luck point.
Drell is definitely gonna do it with disadvantage because he's so caught off guard.
Oh.
That is a disadvantage. That's a 12.
A 12, the horse immediately turns around and kicks you in the chest.
Horse. Oh, ow.
Yeah, we found him. We found him again. You see Nihilus walks over and goes, yes, while on earlier in the months, we do some scouting, and we saw him literally trampling an ettercap to death. And we took Minnis' drawing, and we realized this was the horse you've been looking for.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it was very violent.
He's just like his dad.
Can't believe you're alive. I knew I trained you so well.
Yeah, he was really going at the Ettercap's corpse, I will say. It was quite violent.
Classic.
Anyway, so this one is for Armos, and you get a white steed. And Minnis goes, well, I figured that you might need, I'm not gonna make a joke.
Why is mine so small?
No, he gives you a huge horse.
Oh, it does?
Yeah, it's a Clydesdale. It's massive. And he goes, well, I figured you might want to see above 3 feet once in a while. And he hands you a Clydesdale.
You have to float just to get onto it.
Listen, I've been that tall before, right, Armos? Hit me.
I enlarge him.
You get it large, but like you're still under Mirador's jaw.
Yeah.
It's only for a minute too, so
after the most awkward minute ever, he poofed back down the size.
I used the enlarge to get on the horse properly.
Then it poofs.
Yep.
And he goes, well, and you see that he goes to make a comment, but then he like clenches his fist. He goes, okay, and he turns around to walk away.
I was glaring at him in the background, like, don't you dare.
He turns away from your intention. He was gonna make a jab at you because it's like reflex, but then he kind of reads the room and like shifts his attention away, so he's not like in the conversation necessarily. As Nihilus and Mulan are now explaining to you what they're doing as they're opening a portal to teleport you to the Burnsley farmstead. So they go, well, gentlemen, the bags are filled with some rations of food. However, we aren't able to provide much more than that. Oh, we did put some potions in those saddles as well. Oh, each of you gain 6 greater healing potions, 10 regular healing potions,
Whoa.
and two superior healing potions, and some rations. So you guys are now filled up on rations. You have about a few weeks in there. You may need to fend for yourself if you spend a lot of time. I can't imagine Red City having bakeries or restaurants open. It is plagued with horrors. And Mulan's like,
I do not laugh.
Keep it together.
I'll just stare at him. Like, dude.
I'm sorry.
Read the room.
I can. Wow. Oh, you're absolutely right, adventurers. So, heroes,
should call you. Here is, and she opens a portal. Goes, this will teleport you to the Burnsley farmstead, and the three of you are ready to go. And you see that like a small group of people have gathered around as the three of you are about to set off, and they're like looking at you, and you hear like some of them cheering you on. They're like, "You got this! Send them back where they came from! Get them out of our home! Yeah!" And like there's like slowly like getting louder and louder as you feel the hope in the room rise.
Drell pulls out his axe and kind of trots back and forth like King Theoden in Lord of the Rings, and then rides into the portal.
Armos?
I would like to. I see Miranor in the crowd as he wasn't cheering loud enough. I want to use my rod of rulership to charm him to run up to Minnis to be like, "You're my favorite," and then run away.
You hear Miranor cheer from the crowd. "Yeah, Minnis, yeah, go, bro, you got this." What in the what?
And then I look at Minnis and give him a nod, and I go in the portal.
Minnis, you're about to set off, but you feel a tug at your shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
And you look down, and there is a Sid there. It's not the main Sid, but it's a pretty big Sid. And you see that he has like this makeshift like leather belt, this wooden axe, and you see that the Sid also has like this weird paper sling that it's made for itself. It's mimicking Miranor. And it points to Miranor.
Look at that.
It's almost asking you for permission.
Yeah, I trot over and the crowd kind of parts as I trot over to Miranor on the Clydesdale.
Miranor looks up at you.
Yeah, I look at Miranor. Hey, I know it wasn't easy to tell me that. It doesn't go unnoticed on me that you lost a lot of your friends in the battle back there.
He looks down and he's like, "Yeah, she meant a lot to the clan, bro.
Yeah.
You know, I've always looked up to Titus. I know he's your dad, but you know, your mother was nice to everyone, and
I know you liked her snickerdoodles a lot.
Oh, she had the best snickerdoodles, bro. Like the best.
She did.
Oh man, and then she just she made protein ones too, bro. Oh
yeah, it was nice of her to make that for you on your birthday, and
yeah,
it was even nicer of her to switch out the real ones from the prank ones that I made for you. So oh, I never told you that. You didn't need to know that. Yeah, but I was you should know as well. I was the one to take her down. I don't know if Lord Baron told you.
No, I didn't even know she came for you.
Yeah, she attacked us in the north.
So-called friend. You know, it's funny, I woke up and one day and I thought I had all these memories, fond memories of her. I didn't have any. It was so strange.
Really?
Yeah, like, you know, like growing up or like roughhousing or playing. Like, I thought I had all these memories of like being really, really good friends with her. I just didn't.
I guess Minnis thinks back to his memories of Flora, hearing that.
A lot of your memories are, now that you're trying to like remember, a lot of them are absent. You start to realize that they could have been falsely put there from the false Hydra.
Oh. I think Lord Baron might be able to fill you in with that. Just go talk to him about it.
Yeah. I mean, she was there, right? Yeah.
Hey, listen. What I said earlier, you did what you could, and if you couldn't fight them off, no one else was going to be able to. So, I know you put everything into the battle.
Yeah. I know Mira was your mother, but she was an angel, bro. She was a true example of a leader.
Yeah. There's also someone I'd like you to meet. See, Sidonor.
What a great name.
Hand over the thick Sid.
You see that he grabs this Sid with like his palm. He goes, "What, the sleep? Was this some type of joke, bro?" And you see that like the Sid like tries to imitate him. He goes, "Huh, oh, that's pretty cool." And then the Sidonor begins to do one-arm push-ups. He goes, we're gonna. It's adorable. It's amazing. It's rad. He's like getting really jazzed up about the Sid.
Yeah. Hey, protect him with your life, okay?
Absolutely. Thanks for the friend.
Yeah.
And I hope you return home so that so we can have the duel to see who the true chieftain is. And he has like this false pose of like this false heroic pose.
Oh, you know I'm gonna win that one. I will never let you win that one until the day I die.
You're still talking, you're up on that high horse.
I didn't. Fuck, that was good. I didn't know you had jokes. You have jokes?
Of course I had jokes, bro.
I've never heard you joke like that before. They're all just mean.
What are you, deaf?
Yeah, but they're usually just mean.
Well thought out, methodical.
Like baseless comments about me and...
Whoa, I think I have pretty better. But that's neither here nor there, and you have somewhere to be.
Yeah.
I will see you when you return for that fight.
I trot over to the portal. I stop and I turn around. You suck, but I'm glad you're alive. Bye. And I walk through.
You hear him like try to say something as you fade through.
Yeah.
And the three of you...
I want you to know, Miranor, that I left that day with a newfound respect for you. I do hope you realize, despite our disagreements, I always thought you were the strongest warrior in the clan. You badmouth people to their faces, sure, but then immediately protected those same people when our village was attacked by bugbears, goblins, and all types of monsters. It was even fun at times, scouting ahead, then relaying information to you, knowing that you would take care of whatever I found. We worked so well together during those raids back in the day that I forgot how much I hated you. It must have been difficult to protect the clan on your own while I was away. I'm sorry for that. In fact, I struggle not to blame myself for my mom's death. But I know you tried everything. After our talk, it was difficult not to just turn around and abandon my mission for the clan. I want to head home and see everyone, but I know more will perish if I do not see this through. It wasn't long before cultists sniffed us out on the road. We made quick work of them and the blood demons. After tying one cultist up, we questioned them without much success. That was when something crazy happened.
Minnis, you notice that one of the Sids that is forming the glyph within the zone of truth begins to have a hard time keeping concentration. And then you hear a voice come from the cultist that does not sound like the voice you've been hearing. Dark and echoey. It has almost a reverb to it. And you hear him say, with his head hung low, "False hope. You have false hope. You are drunk on a fallacy, dreaming of a future that can never be." You see the Sids begin to hold in place. Give me a concentration check.
Ooh, only a 9.
You fail. As your concentration is now severed, the Sids fall back in place as the glyph not only disappears but cracks the ground, and the glyph that was like under him creating the zone of truth turns red and indents onto the ground. The cultist, with his eyes rolled to the back of its head, the blood shard now gleaming, stands up from Drell's restraint. Drell, you find it incredibly hard to hold him. Give me a strength. Give me an athletics check.
A 3. Or 13, sorry.
With a 27, he rises from below you and goes right up to Minnis's face. Minnis, you are taken back as how quickly he appeared, almost floating, eyes rolled to the back of the head. The veins are now pulsating as the blood shard is glowing, and you hear this familiar voice of a Christo speaking through the cultist. With every word he speaks, the blood shard in his forehead begins to crystallize out and take over the skin of the cultist. Know that when I claim you, the so-called light behind your eyes will be a part of something far greater than you can ever comprehend. And you see that the body's like twitching and contorting as you now know that the voice of a Christo is speaking through the cultist, and you are taken back almost to a knee as he is towering over you.
Armos.
Yep, on it. I throw Minnis at least 10 feet back from this monstrosity, and then I snap my fingers as we are away from it and shatter it.
As you go to quickly react to Minnis trying to pull him out of the way, take comfort in the fact to all that have fell to me have joined me in this calling, and you too will be joining them being reunited. And you cast Shatter as all the crystallized gems erupting from the point of origin on his forehead
shatter into place in a thunderous boom as the body then falls to the floor and his eyes roll back to place as the cultist is now lifeless on the floor and the gem is shattered. You see that the wound within the head is leaking this blackish, purplish, coagulated blood.
Oh, I tell you, if anything, that stoked the fire. We pushed on with an even greater hatred for a Christo and all that he represents. His reach extends far beyond the surface, so deep that Underdark creatures have been infected by the Blood Shard virus. A Bulette surfaced and attacked us on our way to the outpost. We're lucky we made it there with only minor injuries. Once we reached our destination, Drell and I did our best to help the guards and refugees. There were too many injured citizens for me to heal in such a short time. I will never forget the sight of the infirmary and their sounds of pain. Drell helped unload supplies that were desperately needed and got 5 men's worth of work done so that the soldiers could focus their work elsewhere. Armos did exactly what everyone expected him to do, so.
Some time passes, and as you're waiting for Morgan to come down, Minnis and Drell have finished up their tasks and meet you back at the tavern. And Minnis and Drell, when you two walk in and regroup, you notice that there's another hush of silence.
Here we go again.
As everyone looks over to you and then looks at each other, and you can get the feeling that they're all quietly judging you.
Rough crowd, huh?
Guys, welcome. I shout over the deafening silence. Welcome in. These are all my friends.
That's like Armos. I look up at Drell.
Wonder what Armos did this time.
Hello, everybody.
Warm blankets, a fire, warm, cozy pillows.
We're here to help.
Pillows made of flesh, but soothing sounds.
Okay.
Soothing sounds of screams, screaming lullabies. As the guard that has the suggestion on him is doing his thing, he's vibing in the corner.
I make my way over to Armos.
So how'd your guys' day go?
Armos, what did you do?
We had a little bit of a discussion. I won, and
win?
Now, yeah.
You don't win. What?
No, that's how you win. You win.
You don't win discussions. You just talk.
Yeah. See, look. Here's how it works. You persuade them to do what you want, and then you win.
I squint. You didn't persuade them with magic, did you?
Okay. Well, that one over there. Okay. Look. First, I had to turn him into a snake. And then once I turned him into a snake, I had to he was still causing a ruckus.
How about I persuade you into telling me why you're here and maybe not cause a ruckus in one of my favorite bars? As you see that there's this woman in front of you that cuts off your conversation as a purple tiefling wearing leather armor stands before you. She has black markings on her face and long purple horns that intertwine almost like goat horns with long black hair and black war paint on her face around the eyeshadow that accentuate her orange eyes, with some black markings around her cheek that fade into the furl of her lips. She's wearing leather armor. You see that she has a long sword strapped to her back, and around her there's a belt that's like strapped around her chest and then her waist. There are all these various trinkets and mechanisms that are there, potions and weird other tinkering objects that look definitely foreign to you. And as she slams the taken onto the table and asks and tries to persuade you into answering her question, you feel a nuzzle at your feet, Minnis. As there is a dark orange furred fox with black ears and a black mask with matching orange eyes to Morgan herself, with white fur sticking out of a leather, like a leather suit of armor made for the fox, and it's nuzzling your feet and looking at your spirit companion that you summoned of a fox as well.
Yeah, my spirit companion like peeks out from behind my other leg.
And you see that the summoned spirit fox and her pet fox begin to look at each other curiously.
Oh, hello, little one.
Minnis, did you make another one? I swear, dude.
No, I did not.
Swear.
This is
These
not
Sids
mine.
are getting out of control.
It's not mine. Look, spiritual one, spell. Obvious. Real fox.
Hard to tell.
Wait, this is a real fox. What's a real fox doing in here? You cool?
Oh, he's fine.
You're good? And I reach toward the fox.
He's a strange one, but
definitely curious and inquisitive, and just seeing your box of lights, we'll call it, is intriguing him and intrigues me as well.
More like fake foxes.
What's your name, little guy? As I scratch the head of the fox.
You see that he takes a little bit of pause, but gives into it, and it feels immediate comfort around you. His name's Ranger.
Ranger, hey, you're like me, buddy.
Armos, too concerned that Sid was multiplying again, didn't really realize that Morgan is actually tiefling, is just like starstruck, almost like, wait, what is going on here? Wait, and then he's processing everything like really quickly, and then all of a sudden is mad at the entire bar. Wait, you guys are all mad at me because I'm a tiefling, and then you have this around?
Yeah, you're an asshole! And you see that another mug gets chucked at you and breaks behind you on the wall.
I was waiting for that. That's all I was thinking too.
What is going on here? What did I do to you?
You turned my friend into a snake?
He's trying to...
Armos, did you turn him into a snake?
Yes, but he pulled a sword on me first.
Did you talk it out though?
Yeah, I won the conversation.
Oh my goodness.
Became a snake.
Minnis just face bombs. Yeah, I won the conversation.
And I was wondering what all that ruckus was when I was upstairs. Now it makes sense. Don't get to play with demons too often, do you? And she looks at you, Armos.
Demons? Wait, what? I gotta be honest. I didn't know there was any of us left. The last one we found,
He was mean.
and he thinks about it. He's like, yeah. He wasn't very nice.
And didn't survive the battle, let's just say.
Okay, I don't know if we needed to say that one, but
What? He was a bad guy.
he was a bad guy.
He was working with a Christo.
True.
We got a daywalker over here. You can always tell when they're born above ground rather than below.
What do you mean?
Well, some tieflings have the privilege of living amongst their own, and some don't. And looks like you're the one that hasn't lived underground before.
Oh, Armos.
Yes,
Wait,
Armos,
underground?
nice, pleasure to meet you.
Hi. I lean over to Minnis. I'm losing this conversation.
Clearly.
Clearly not from Avernus either. Well, we'll consider you lucky then.
Oh, what, you got nothing to say now, fancy pants? And I pat Armos on the back of the leg.
Processing.
Come on, Armos, win the conversation.
I haven't heard my name tossed around like this since all this darkness fell onto us. So I must know, how do you know my name? Why are you here? Why must you speak to me so urgently?
Oh, right.
I got this. Armo's trying to like get some points back. Lord Baron sent us, and
yeah, so I've heard. Why don't you spill it out already? Clearly, he's not the talker of the group.
Oh,
Well, you are the charismatic one, Armos.
I'll win this conversation sometime. Just not right now. You go. And he looks away.
How about some chatter from the free folk as she pulls up a chair towards the head of the table, sits down, and takes a swig from the giant tankard that she had brought over.
Whoa, you look like you could outdrink Drell.
Come on, Minnis. We all know.
I mean, that's a big tankard.
Maybe on a good day, but I'm not really in the mood for heavy drinking, more just trying to get down to why you're here.
Some people call that the brass tacks.
She stares at you.
You know.
How about the Minotaur? And she turns to Minnis.
Oh, wait.
I
I'm
love
so
talking.
Yeah, I was going to say, we all talk, but.
Let's restart. Hi.
Well, you didn't say hi. You were asking us a bunch of questions. So, I mean, you didn't even say hello. Nice to meet you.
I sure did. I said, how about some chatter from the free folk?
It was a little
you
rude.
stared
It's
at me.
kind of rude, though.
Oh, I'm being rude.
We're at a table. We're like...
Yeah, you are at a table that Armos had gotten from before when you met up with him when you walked in.
Oh, he got the table. Okay.
Yeah. You guys are just in the middle of the room. You guys are at a table. Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, give me a sec. And I trot over to the bar, and I grab a stool, and I... maybe right...
I'm gonna be honest. This isn't our best showing. We're normally way better at all this.
And I hop up on the stool. All right, now that we're eye to eye, my name's Minnis PebbleWalker of the Ivory Boulders, and I am a hero of the land. So is Drell of the Ashbourne and Armos Vanan. We have destroyed gods, and we're trying to defeat a Christo.
Cinema.
She lifts her head up almost in like disbelief as you just like dumped a lot of information on her. Almost getting the same vibe as like a nerd talking about his favorite comic book.
Oh, yeah.
Killed gods, you say?
No. But seriously, like, look, you gotta see this. I'm like, acting like I'm showing her a meme on my phone. No, it's really good. You got to see it. And I use encode thought.
I am not touching that. You know what? I'll tell you what. I'm in the school of thought that I believe what's written on people's resumes when they apply for jobs. So we'll just go based off that. So you're God Slayers, is what you're saying. Sure. Okay. I believe you.
Oh.
And Ranger here himself believes you. And they share a look, and Ranger shakes his head. So
I think you can put the paper away, Armos, as the paper slumps down.
But there's 4 more that it really makes context if you look at them all. It's really great.
It does make us look really cool, I promise. No? Okay.
Thank you for the introductions, Armos and Drell and Minnis, and I'm glad you're able to introduce us. And she looks at you, Minnis, and gives you a smile. I am Morgan Uthu. Not many know my name around here. That's probably why you got through the walls. We tend not to take in any stragglers on the road. They tend to be bad news and never who they say they are. But I guess you could say my name's a bit of a key around here, and I do appreciate that. And if you don't tell anybody that I'm here, I'd greatly appreciate that as well.
Oh, of course not.
There's only one reason why you would seek me out, but I need to hear from you, for I am certain that I can trust you. So you're throwing around big names like Christo. And Lord Barons. What do I have to do with Christo?
What? I don't know. Just Lord Baron said you could help us maybe get into the Red City.
That's what I was looking for. So she looks at Drell and Armos and looks at Minnis and looks back at the two of you. You can take some notes. I guess he's the smart one of the group, and I appreciate that. Thank you, Minnis.
Oh, I guess I am. And I put my arms to the side.
Just because I don't want to talk to you doesn't mean I'm not smart. Drell looks the other way.
You traveled a long way to not want to talk to me after tossing my
Minnis is
name
our
around.
negotiator. That's why Minnis is doing the talking.
Whoa.
I mean, I am.
Whoa.
Yes.
Oh, let's settle down. And you see that she kicks her feet back for a second as her chair goes on the hind of its legs. Takes another sip and sets the chair down. She catches her balance. We're just having fun, right? We gotta have a little fun while we're here. We're all here to relax.
I don't feel very relaxed, to be honest. It's dark times.
It's very dark times. Some of us are more accustomed to the dark than others.
Hey, wait a minute.
What I don't like is when you start coming around here and you start shooting spells all over the place like you own the weave or something. See, I don't like that. And she looks at Armos.
Armos.
My neck creaks over to Armos.
This is me being mild, okay? That I don't like when I get a sword thrown at me as soon as I walk in here. I was coming straight over this way. That guy got in my face.
I wish he was lying. I'm glad we got here when we did.
Best thing that could have happened to him. He's gonna have the best night of sleep though, so you're welcome.
I'm sure he is. A lot of people here don't really get great sleep. A lot of people here have seen a lot of terrible, terrible things. And if where you want to go is where you say you want to go into the city of Stratham and you want me to help you, well, I am the person that can help you.
Oh, good.
And if Lord Baron requests it, then I surely will. However, I don't know if you're ready to see the horrors that are on the other side.
I think if you look at Armos' paper, you'll see we are.
I roll my eyes. Is it a giant hydra that's an actual false hydra that's been manipulating a city this entire time that we happen to destroy? Because, I mean, that's just setting the bar as low as possible on the things we can accomplish. The highest part is we just got back from the north and defeated a god. But, you don't want to see my papers, but that's fine. That's fine. I mean,
I have a golden rule. If it looks magical and it ain't mine, I don't touch it.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. That's a pretty good rule.
Whoa, let's not all.
I got a stick I'll touch it with, but I don't have that on me right now.
Just know we're very qualified. I could do magic, but Drell's got a legendary axe over there. And Minnis has this thing, and I hold up his little slingshot.
And you've got your tome.
we look like such misfits.
Oh yeah.
My God.
Well, I do like your gear. I'm a one for trinkets and equipment myself, and I like to create the ones that I like to use. And, well, I see you got an eye for the unique things, and I like that. I am planning on re-entering the city rather soon, actually. You caught me at a great time. I need to deliver some supplies to some people on the inside, some of my confidants. There are a few people on the inside that can really use these supplies, and well, we'll consider that payment. You can help me, you can escort me to the city, and I will show you how to get into it. And well, once you're in there, you're on your own. I only go back and forth. I try not to stay inside the city because it's a horrible place.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, sucks.
So the way getting there isn't fun either, but it sure beats walking to the front gate, and we are not doing that.
No, thank you. Any help you can give is well taken.
Of course, and I appreciate yours. And plus, she looks at you, Minnis. A walking beacon of light is surely needed there, and one who walks with hope and faith would be greatly appreciated in that dark, dark city.
No, I'm not. I'm not a beacon, and I blush.
Freaking I gotta ask, how do you feel about hiking?
Oh, I love hikes.
I mean,
I used to do that all the time in the mountains. I would hike up. I got a list of trails I could show you for when we're, but this is not the time. Yes, love hikes.
Excellent. Well, I'll tell you what, I will set a course tomorrow. If you have any steeds that you brung, I recommend you keeping them here because they're not going to be best fitted on the mountain.
Man, Morgan was a great addition to our team. Even if she was really annoyed by our more, loud approach to dungeon crawling. We passed the basilisk and had a close encounter with this chimera. You would have really enjoyed fighting the creatures we found in these caves, Miranor. There were spider dragons, part spider, part dragon. It was nuts. Oh, and you should have seen my new tree form. Basically, I turn into a giant guardian of nature as the spirits lend me their strength, but I can show you that another time. We fought our way through the spiders, but Armos had some crazy warlock connection to something in the cave. Some old vampire guy had been cursed or something and wanted Armos to put his head back in his manor, which Armos did. I don't know if I would have done that, but the vampire lord said he would come to our aid should Armos ever say his name. Pushing through the sewers, we finally made our way into the Red City. We were instantly attacked by bug creatures as we ran through flesh-like streets. With Morgan's help, we made it into the hideout within the city walls, where we found some old friends.
As you enter this cellar, you see that the cellar is a very small makeshift tavern of some kind, a speakeasy. You see that there are 2 tables set up. You see that there's a fireplace that is not emitting any smoke, giving a sense of a magical fire burning. You see a couple of torn up couches and chairs. In the back corner of the room, there is loose tattered drapes which loosely cover up some beds. There's a storage room immediately to your right, and there's a couple of tables where you do see some patrons sitting there, and you see that there are people inside that seem cautious at first. You see some daggers being drawn and then immediately put away as a halfling runs up and hugs Morgan. She goes, "Morgan, you're here! Oh, I'm so happy to see you! I haven't seen you in so long!" And then a gnome pops up and goes, "Oh my god, is that Morgan?" And you see that these 2 small people come up and hug Morgan as they seem really happy. Morgan begins to smile as you instantly recognize their green cloaks.
Oh, yeah.
This is Hugh and Baldy from the Shadow Smugglers.
I knew it.
And in the corner, you see that there are some other patrons. However, you see another familiar face begin to flap on by.
Oh, God.
As you see an owl posted up on one of the perches of the wooden columns looking over. She goes, "Hello, Morgan. It's nice to see you again. I'm glad you made it back safe." As you notice, Leslie Quillfeathers beating in.
Oh, my friends. Oh, my goodness. It's so good to see you.
Wait, oh my God. And you see the gnome and Hugh. You see Baldy and Hugh look over. "Oh my god, is that Minnis PebbleWalker?" And they begin to hug you. Like, "Oh, I haven't seen you forever. How's that wound going?" You see Hugh is like trying to get your shirt off to look at the scar that he had healed all the way back from
that's
Ark.
weird. You don't need to do
"Oh my
that.
god,
Okay,
did he heal up?
stop,
Wow,
please,
this is
stop.
healing up well." Baldy pokes it. It's like, "Wow, that scar's really healing up well. Look, it barely even hurts." He's poking you with a stick.
Ow. Okay. Let's, how about we sit down and chat?
"Oh, we love to chat. Come on in. We're just, we're having a couple of drinks, going over our next plans,
Ugh.
talking about what the next move is."
Drinks in the Red City. Imagine that.
Yeah, it's not the best drinks. It's really just water mixed with a little bit of alcohol. But we do what we do best. We make do.
Oh,
I might
hey,
be
Drell,
able-
maybe you can help with that.
Yeah, I was going to say I might be able to help with that.
I'll go and grab a chair at one of the tables.
Minnis, you are stopped you're stopped and shocked as you immediately look over at one of the tables and you see a dwarf with its feet kicked up. It has an eye patch on.
Well, I never thought I'd see the three of you again.
I thought
It has been some time.
you could be dead.
Me? Nah, they wish I'd be dead.
Bring it in. And I go hug who I assume is Duncan.
It is Duncan.
Oh, I thought it was the pirate that we left on the. I was gonna say, if there's that pirate guy we left on an island, that would have been crazy.
Oh, it's been awkward.
It was real awkward.
You see Duncan immediately kicks out from the chair, gets up and hugs Minnis and gives him a sturdy pat on the back. Well, if it isn't the three heroes, my faithful carriers, it's been some time, lads.
Man,
It's good to see you.
we must have had a few days with you and then never saw you again.
Well, I guess that's just how it could run down, didn't it? But I've heard all about you.
Been doing a lot since we've seen you.
I've noticed. Lord Baron seems to eat up my ear when I talk to him about you.
Who knew your tiny quest would turn into something so grand?
Yeah, I said when you come back to it, it seems like all my fault, doesn't it?
No, that's not what I was saying.
no.
That's not what I was saying, Duncan. I'm so happy to see you.
It's good to see a friendly face.
Sit with us. Why don't you?
Absolutely. We have dirt to drink, but dirt among friends is good dirt. And you see that he pulls up a chair, and Duncan looks over at you, Armos, and you, Drell. You see Hugh walks over to you, Drell, because last time you saw him, you saved his life.
Yeah, I remember.
When you carried him through, the city. He goes, man, I'm really happy to see you, man. How you been?
Oh, just still trying to live and survive, What about you? How are you feeling? I know it's been a really long time, but
I mean, I feel great. And you see, he's jumping on his feet a little bit. He's like, I'm in toughening up ever since ever since the last day we saw you in Dillmore. But yeah, I feel as great as ever thanks to you.
oh yeah, no, I mean, we all needed each other and we all survived together. So I'm glad, unfortunately, not all of us could make it, but I'm glad we were able to do what we could.
Yeah, it's I wish things I did a little bit differently, but at the end of the day, we do what we take what we can and take it in stride. Yeah, just hope for the best. And we're here now trying to make all the more of a difference. Armos, Leslie's looking at you, perched up on this little post. She goes, you seem different.
What? Why?
I'm not talking to you. And Reginald goes, this owl's freaking me out. Why do I freak you out? And the owl seems to be staring at Reginald. You seem to have gotten thinner. What is that supposed to mean? Oh, nothing. You were just fat last time. What does that mean? And then Leslie looks over to you, almost goes, you seem to make a dark dealing recently. The stench of the undead is strong on you.
Always.
It's a little more pungent now.
I just blink at her. I think that's what isn't that what she used to do to her?
Yeah, she blinks at you one eye at a time.
I do that thing that you do at restaurants where you combine two smaller tables into a bigger table.
Pretty much, yeah. So you take the two round tables in here and you put them together.
Yeah.
And you see that Leslie goes, yes, let us rejoice and talk amongst friends in jubilation. And frantically flies to another post.
Nice.
Baldy is still talking to Morgan. It's like, wow, I'm so happy you're here, and hopefully you guys some good news for us. He goes, yes, I did. I got your letter, and I do have some more supplies for you guys. And I wasn't able to bring back anything with a little more power to it. I know you guys are trying to blow a hole in a reinforced wall. I wasn't able to make anything too crazy, but I was able to bring back some dynamite and some minor explosives. But the outpost just isn't as equipped as it is lately with everything going on above. Yeah, we're trying to do what we can. It's just gotta be a quick job, we gotta get in and out, and we just don't have the time to sneak through the hangars like that. But come on, let's talk about it. And you see that Morgan takes out a large satchel from a bag of holding that she has. It's a pretty big bag. It has a very variety of potions and tools, and then general goods in there. You do see some extra tools, pliers, empty beakers. It looks like supplies that they would need on a day-to-day basis and need to just stock up on. And Baldy takes that, and he goes into the storage room, plops them down, and starts going through them. And after a few minutes, he comes back out.
and goes to one of the tables. Duncan has pushed the tables together and started getting some of this dirt ale, as they all been referring to, and put some pitchers on the table.
I want to pull out my alchemy jug and then just cast ale and then just use that to like pour like actual.
Good stuff.
Oh,
Here you go. Well, it's not the best, but it's probably a little bit better than what you guys are drinking right now.
are you a holy man? Because you sure are a blessing. And brings you over, and you see guys like, oh, finally, someone with a little punch to it. Nice. Huey takes a seat. Baldy comes over and takes a seat. Leslie's perched with a very unique mug. It seems like she has a decorative mug that's unique to herself. And Morgan goes over to the south part of the room. She goes, I'll be with you just a minute, guys. I need to catch up with someone. And goes to the south part of the room. And there's a figure in another green cloak, similar to the Shadow Smuggler cloak. And Morgan walks over to him and is somebody who's keeping to themselves. And she has a conversation with, and they both get up and they walk to like the southern part of the room, just beyond the couch, to try to get some privacy to communicate with each other. She goes, don't mind him. He's he's one of the newbies to the crew, but he's on the shy side. He doesn't really take well to strangers. We don't get many strangers in here, but he'll ease up in a few after Morgan has talked to him.
Oh, okay.
His mind is elsewhere.
Who are they?
His name's Sly.
Sly.
Yeah, he's someone that joined us recently. We noticed that whenever he goes out and on missions and tries to blend in, he always comes back like a little secluded. Like it takes a lot out of him. He did just get back somewhere recently and just wanted some time to himself. Him and Morgan are really good friends, so he really just only opens up to her when the time has come, and sometimes hangs out with us when he's well rested. Just best to give him some space. As
All right.
Baldy pulls the chair up, says that to you.
Oh, it'll be nice to rest here for a little bit before going back out. That it is like a undead apocalypse outside.
Yeah, it's terrible out there. Hugh like comes up. It's literally like one of the 9 hells out there. It sucks.
Sure does.
Yeah. So why are you here?
Oh, well, trying to find Ritz Gulak.
Who now?
Some demon toad guy and his Armos. You can explain it better than I. This is kind of your thing, so.
He's a dead man and we don't need to explain it.
Yep, okay, that's yeah. Long story short, we're trying to find a way to make it into a Christos realm.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't know who Rich Gulak is. As Hugh begins to chime in, it's like, I don't know who Rich Gulak is, but Viral is the big wig in this city.
Yes.
So I would imagine that if you're trying to cross over, you want to go see him. And, well,
That's the plan.
Viral is very popular here. He runs the show. That entrance that you're trying to get through, he opens it for sure. I don't know if you've seen it when you came in. There's a dark tower to the north that is ominously out of place, and there are a bunch of clouds circling around it. The 3 of you have not noticed it yet. Within the immediate carnage of you coming out from the sewer cap, there's a tower to the north just beyond the town square. That's where he is.
Speaking of which, Minnis still has a sewer cap on his head, and he doesn't realize.
That's a nice hat you got. You take the you got some on your
Hat?
take the sewer cap off.
Oh, sorry. I take it off, and then my potion wears off, and I also reduce back to my normal size.
Oh, you did get small. Wow. I thought you looked a little different. I forgot you had a large on.
Yeah.
So, so, I mean, if you want to go talk to Vero, that's a trip and a half. You can't necessarily just walk up. Yeah.
Nope.
You'll be fighting everything in your way. The city's crawling with demons and monsters.
Right.
They got the hard hats walking around. They're not easy. They're like searching buildings nonstop.
We fought one when we were in Shadowfell.
In Shadowfell?
Yeah. We used one of those lanterns.
Well, he takes out the Fel Ogburn.
Yeah. We got the same.
This is what you got. You got one from Juice. Yeah, we've noticed some cultists with similar lanterns. We haven't seen them use it, but
yes.
yeah, I've seen some cultists here. So we know that the Tin Men, the tin soldiers, as we call them, they're actually not tin. They're very, very strong, tough metal. They're
right.
Quite the foe. But the Tin Heads, they all seem to be in the military ward, and there are these assortment of hangars, and that's where they reside. And then Duncan chimes in and goes, "That's where I'm trying to be."
Oh, okay.
Well, through my adventures, if there's I heard that when Vera was taking prisoners and not using every victim as a sacrifice,
I just had to come check because, you know, if it's possible that Bushwick could be here. Barry was one of my best friends.
Yeah.
And I wasn't able to sleep at night knowing that the son may still be alive. So I wanted to come here and try to find something for myself.
I mean, there's a chance.
There is a chance, lad. There is a chance.
It's always a chance. Try to keep telling myself that lately. It's hard with the way things are.
Well, if I can take out a demon or two while I'm here, then it's worth it.
Oh, yes, please. Yes, please. So you guys are blowing up a wall?
We're trying to get into one of the hangars.
Okay, that's part of your job as well. Okay.
These lads here are helping me. As you know, the Shadow Smugglers and I go way back. Me and Jubes.
Oh, yeah.
You see that when he says the name Jubes, like everybody's head goes down. Take like a second to reminisce. We think that the people who aren't being sacrificed to a crystal, we heard that they're being taken to the hangars. We have seen some convoys of cultists from the southern gates being taken to those hangars. We haven't gotten too close. Leslie over here was able to take a look at some of the hangars, but as you can see, there's a lot of flying demons roaming around. So it's not the easiest task. So we've been traveling on foot, and we're not sure which hangar it is. So we're trying to find clues and watch them to see where they can go.
Well, with a team like this, I'm sure you guys will get that figured out. I'm impressed with the team you've gathered and how strong you all look.
Yeah, we're getting there. We are getting there. And he looks over and they all look at each other and they begin to laugh.
Yeah.
But if you three are going to Veer's Tower, then I'm not sure how the three of you are going to get in there, but perhaps we can help.
Maybe. There's always going to be need for help along the way, so anything you can offer, it's greatly appreciated.
My best guess is that we take a look at the cultists that are walking around. They can walk around freely. They do not anger the Tin Men. It seems that they're working side by side with them. And the demons seem to ignore them, as well as the living towers that are scattered throughout the city do not seem to swing at them. Our companion Sly over there has tried many times to blend in with the cultists, and although he is able to fool the cultists themselves, anything of any demons or monstrosities, he's not able to fool. And we tried to figure that out.
Wow. Okay. A lot of hurdles to figure out.
I don't think it's going to be much of an easy walk as you think it is, lad, but
No.
unless you're willing to fight all the way there, that is a possibility.
Well, hey, enjoy the ale. That'll be good for your spirits. A good spirit to keep your spirits up. I'm going to go talk to Morgan again, though, and see if we can figure out our next step. All right? You guys stay merry.
You too, lad. You too. And I'll be here drinking all the ale I can. You see that he pours like his third cup.
Oh, don't change.
As he takes the alchemy jug like away from Drell's hands, like he rips it out. He goes, let me see that for a second. And he pours out of it.
Wait, stop. It's mine.
Come on, we got plenty to share. Come on.
I'm going to kind of make a nod to Armos, like maybe we should go talk to Morgan and figure out our next step.
Yep. That's what it seems like.
All right. So almost you're going to follow Minnis and head to the south part of the room where Morgan and Sly are in like this tattered, there's like a curtain that blocks off some of the beds and they're talking in private, but you can see through the tattered curtains. They don't really give them that much privacy.
Knock, knock.
And you peek through and they turn to you. They instantly know that you're coming through. Oh, hey, Minnis. Hey, Almost.
Hey, we're not going to have a lot of time here, so I just wanted to kind of pick your brain about our next steps as we make our way towards Veer Grimgar's tower.
You see that the cloaked figure, known as Sly, looks up to you. It's like, it's not going to be as easy as you think it is.
Are you Sly? I heard the others talking about you a little bit.
Yes. I've recently joined over the last few months, and they're quite a useful team, and have been very nice to me, and I'm very grateful for that.
Ah, good. Good to hear. They've done good by us before, so I'm glad they're here to help you. My name's Minnis PebbleWalker of the Ivory Boulders. Pleasure to meet you, and I reach my hand out.
He looks at you for a second, and then looks at Morgan, and then Morgan nods her head in approval, and he goes to shake it back, and he pulls his hood back a little bit. Wearing one of these shadow smuggler cloaks, you notice that his face is pale powder white with black Rorschach markings. His pale powder white skin is blending in with these pitch black Rorschach markings that's along his skin, on his neck, and some on his face. And he has long black and white hair that fall partially covering his face. He's standing around 5 feet tall. He's wearing studded black leather armor and has 2 long rapiers stowed at his waist. And he has a short bow slung around his shoulder. Just call me Sly.
All right, Sly, will do.
Morgan interjects and she goes, Sly here is a very unique person. What you may refer to as a changeling.
Whoa.
What he's been doing around here is that he's able to disguise himself as one of the cultists here and is able to get around town a little easier than the other members can. It's been really great for gathering information, supplies, and knowledge throughout the city. However, he's only able to fool cultists and, well, the demons and the tin heads. They seem to catch on very quickly when he's around. So we're trying to figure out what the difference is between the cultists and Sly. And we've been trying a number of things. And we think that the secret lies within the blood shards.
Oh, interesting. So you think some of the cultists that have the blood shards infused in their body, that's what's setting him off because he doesn't have blood shards?
We're thinking that's the case, but there are different levels to the cultists. Like some of them can't speak, some of them wear different outfits, some of them just have this different presence all around them. So maybe there's like some level of access that if you're trying to go to Viral's tower, you may need a little more than just a blood shard. We have seen cultists be taken away by living towers when needed. It seems that the living towers, although demon in nature, protect the cultists. They need to eat at random points and show their bestial side, and will just randomly take someone living and just eat them. You were instantly reminded of when you first entered the city through the sewer cab, you saw that exact thing happen. That one of these giant tentacle-like towers grabbed somebody, popped them in the tentacle and like ate them. So although like these towers may just eat people, I'm sure they know not to eat certain people. There has to be some hierarchy, right? And you see like Sly nods in her direction. He goes, I agree. There are definitely those who are in power and give commands. And the ones that I've seen the living towers snatch up seem to be grunts, let's call them. Seems like just to be another occupational hazard among their cult. To serve their body, to serve a greater cause of some kind.
Gotcha. Well, if we're going to make our way to the tower, I guess we could try disguising ourselves a bit, but we're not much good at that. We might just have to be stealthier more than anything else.
If you're trying to get to the tower, it's a fight you will have. Perhaps there's another way to the tower than just a path to the north.
Oh, really? I mean, you look like you've been around this place a bit. You have any ideas?
I do. There are several buildings. Let's start from the beginning. The city is broken up into various districts. There is a military ward, the rich, where the rich folk once lived, where the common people have lived, the market district. There's even a stadium, a coliseum on the west end of the city. And then to the northwest, there is a large castle, a ruined castle. It's no longer standing from the years that it's been here. But I would imagine that perhaps the ruined castle may have a path, an underground path of some kind to Viral's tower, or maybe from the military ward, any one of these places of notoriety.
Is there anything else, or do you think that's probably our best bet?
That is probably your best bet. We could work together and maybe come to some sort of ideas. He goes, how about I draw you up a map?
Now we're talking.
And Mo goes, that's a pretty great idea, but
yes, please.
I don't know about you, but I definitely need a rest of some kind, so I'm gonna go ahead and borrow one of these beds, maybe take a seat on the couch by the fire and rest up, and then I'm gonna get out of here because I don't want to be here. And Sly nods his head and understands. But Sly, please help my friends out any way you can. They're maybe our best bet to ending all this. Sly looks over at the three of you, shakes his head, and goes, okay, why don't you four get some rest? I'll go ahead and draw us a map, and then we'll reconvene.
Perfect. We're going to need to rest before we get back out there, so.
Take advantage of this place while it's still here. It's a good hiding spot, but you never know how long it's going to last for.
All right, Armos. Well, that sounds like a good plan for tomorrow. Well, we get back and at least have a good night before probably the last good night for the rest of this endeavor.
Yep. Armos nods.
You go out to meet up with Drell. You see Leslie's on the table on her back, holding the alchemy jug, trying to pour it into the cup in a very weird way, fighting with Drell. Let me just see the jug.
Just give it back to me. I don't understand why.
You say you're
it's
sharing
literally
it with us.
mine. I
Sharing
was
it with
sharing
us.
it, but you guys are hogging it all. Just
We're
leave
not
it
hogging
alone.
it. We're just taking a sip. We're just taking a drink.
You're
It's
taking
like
all the sips. I haven't even had a chance. Oh my gosh, you made me spill my cup.
Why is there a cup next to my feet? I'm trying to pour myself a drink.
It was a nice, brief moment of rest with our friends. It kind of reminds me of you and your friend Henrik Ale Pounder, and the way you two used to fight over drinks. I'm sorry he had to go out the way he did, Miranor. We will avenge our fallen clanmates, I promise you. Their lives will not have been lost in vain to Flora. Our new allies are making sure of that. Sly, he's a skilled archer and a bit of a sleuth. With his help, we were able to sneak around the city fairly well. That is until Armos got nearly killed by a giant tentacle tower. But he used some crazy ice magic to avoid most of the damage, so it was fine. Needing a new Red Ogburn, though, we trailed one of the caravans of prisoners and laid out a plan of attack. You see, Drell has these magic beans that he got ages ago, and I planted them by the gate to create a distraction. Pink toads, a blue campfire, and a geyser of what I could only assume to be wine appeared in front of us. It worked better than it sounds, and we did our best to free the captives, fend off the cultists, and, after some clever thinking from Armos, barricade the iron cart that shoots fire. That's right, a giant metal wagon that shoots fire. We trapped it with Armos magic and got those citizens out of there. It wasn't long before our target came to us, though. Much sooner than anticipated.
And then something peculiar happens. A visage of double-sided doors, arched. The make of the door looks ethereal, but it is of this red energy. The design of the door itself looks gothic in architecture. Armos, you immediately notice that this is a form of dimension door. As you see, the door opens.
Hey, I just casted that.
And the cultists that were around Drell instantly turned their attention. And coming through from the bright red light, blocking what's beyond the door, so you can't see in, is another one of these cultist members that are wearing similar robes, except those robes look much more decorative. It is a completely black robe that is not shredded, but it looks very elegant and has these religious style markings lined with like red velvet material. Its hood is particularly like crooked, almost like a wizard's hat. Its hood stretches far over, casting a deep shadow. And you see that as this cultist member comes through, the cultists that you are fighting instantly turn and take a knee towards this person. And you see revealed from underneath the sleeves are old, decrepit hands that slowly draw back the hood. You see this old man with skin blots all over his face.
Oh my god.
His nose is shifted along like it's been broken many times. His hair is falling out, but he is not fully bald, but he is balding terribly. You can see the liver spots all over his head. Looks like an extremely old man. The iris in his eyes are completely whited over. You think he may be blind. You have seen this person before. This is Viral. As he cackles, as he lowers his hood, and you see that on the shoulder, materializing as if wings are unfolding from nothing, making him appear in place, is this demonic frog with goat-like horns coming out of both sides of its head. Almost, you know this to be Ritzgulak.
This motherfucker!
Just smaller. Just a bit smaller than you've seen him last. And Viral begins to laugh. And claps. And the clapping echoes, although it's mismatched within his hands. It seems that he can't even get the alignment correct. And then he begins to cough. Like
In the city, you never cease to amaze me. For months, I've been hunting you through your homes, through your wastelands. It's so amusing that you just come to my home to die. Even in my finest book, or in my fondest memory, I couldn't be more blessed than I am in this moment. Oh, I'm going to revel in this. I'm going to mount your heads. Almost as he looks through just on the other side of the plateau where you are invisible, and he stares into you. You feel like he's looking through the windows of your soul directly at you. He goes, I am going to remove your horns and make them into a nice helmet to charge into battle with my horde of demons and armored servants. As I finish the job on your wasteland as a crystal blesses me in his red holiness.
Takes a sniff.
You can smell the iron everywhere. You can smell the iron in the blood, in your sweat, in your fear. You see yourself, heroes! You are nothing more than fools!
And you see that he staggers.
You do not know the forces that you are trifling with here, but you will learn. I've been watching from afar.
And he gestures with his hands to the menacing dark tower in the distance. The Viral's Tower, as the Shadow Smugglers called it before, where there are living towers protecting the only path to it.
I've been watching you since the cannon launched its first shot. You think you have a grasp on the situation, but you don't. False hope, false courage is all you have.
He begins to drool from his monologue.
That's got to be about 10 rounds of combat, so I'm going to take 20 attack rolls.
This is round 20, but I will allow someone to respond.
Oh, that's Armos.
The one thing I held onto into the dark world was the light that anchored me when all else turned to shadows. You used her, manipulated my desperation, knowing that I would give anything to keep her safe. And in that moment, blinded by my need to protect her, you struck and tore her away from me. You thought you broke me. You thought that I would crumble, but you underestimated me. Every step since then, every alliance I've forged, every ounce of power I've gathered for this moment, to find you, to end you. You didn't just take her away from me, you unleashed something that no demon, no god could ever contain. I'm not here for petty vengeance. No, I'm here to bring an end to your existence, tear you apart from the world you built, and burn it. I am beyond your tricks, beyond your pitiful schemes. I am the darkness that devours, the shadow that brings even the strongest to their knees. I will unmake you, Ritzgulak. Start by ripping your existence from this world, tearing your name from the memory of every realm. Cast it into the void so deep that even the foulest demons will tremble to follow. Every creature that serves you, every fiend that dares whisper your name will be reduced to charred remains. As you lie shattered in the ashes of everything you once command, you will know the depths of my wrath when your world crumbles beneath my power.
Damn.
Viral makes this wide-eyed face and his lips almost pucker in amusement, and then look towards Ritzgulak on his shoulder. He goes,
You made him so mad! The madness that makes his blood boil. What did you do to make him so worked up?
and you see the frog looks over, and they both speak at the same exact time as if they are one.
I did what no other pitiful demon could do.
Looks at Reginald.
I took away the only thing he could ever care about. His whole adventure. His purpose has been nothing more than revenge for what was nothing more than another day for me. What I did to him was something I do on a regular basis. Trivial, just like him. Just another power-hungry, wannabe demon.
And then Vero steps out of it. His bloodshot red eyes become white again.
He goes, oh. So all those years ago, you told me to keep this safe. This particular shard should go unused for a moment to break him. But I so desired one of your gifts.
And you see his hand raises up with his palm, with the back of his hand to the sky, and then flicks it to where his palm is then revealed, and a red purplish flame appears in his hand as it slowly turns into something physical, a bloodshot.
Is this the thing he cares about most?
His eyes turn bloodshot red again as the Ritzgulak speaks through Vero as the frog form and Vero speak at the exact same time.
Layla.
Armos has been chasing this man and his stupid frog patron for ages now. From what I know, Ritzgulak was the only creature to ever trick Armos. The consequence was his dog, Layla, who is trapped in that shard. We fought Viral for a moment, but were quickly interrupted by Aramore's army crashing through the gates. Sly took the prisoners away as Duncan led us through the southern path to the hangars, where we believed the prisoners were being held. A creepy-looking, huge armored Felemental was monitoring Hangar 18, our location, but disappeared before we could engage. But sure enough, we found hundreds of suits of armor here that were being used to create Felemental soldiers. Hearing some chatter in a side room, Armos and I investigated, using his pass wall and my arcane eye.
You hear the voice, a one-sided conversation, and the sounds of other magical communication. It sounds like a whirring. And this being is speaking to this whirring noise. You hear a faint voice. Yes, I will handle the compromised situation and oversee that everything goes according to plan within the hangar. Production will not slow down, and the main gate will be aided most hastily. You hear more whirring.
Can I send my arcane eye in there before anything else happens?
Yes, so you cast Arcane Eye. What level spell is that?
It is I think it's a 4th level spell that I get to use once per day.
And what does Arcane Eye do?
I create an invisible magical eye within range that hovers in the air. I mentally receive visual information from the eye, which has normal vision and dark vision of 30 feet. The eye can look in every direction, so I can almost like, when you have those 3D cameras and you're looking through Google.
Yes. You could see everything that's going on in this room, per se.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. I'm just gonna do something right here real quick. You create this arcane eye into the room through the pass wall, and you see a decorated room. You see shelves. You see a large workshop table. You see chests and 2 chairs. Sitting at a very decorated chair, fitted for a commander of some kind, is this black hooded cultist with red trim. You see in front of him is a red orb, and then as you cast a spell, he continues the conversation, and he mentions the name Viral. He is talking directly to Viral, and he says he's going to take care of the compromise. You see at his hip, on a heavy chain that is wrapped around his waist, is a red-orange lantern.
I do one of those giddy shakes. I grab Armos's leg and I'm like, he's got it, guys.
A few more moments pass. He goes, yes, for the dawn. In his name, we shall rejoice in his light. And then you see he waves his hands, and the orb looks like it dulls out as the bright red energy that he was communicating through dims.
Armos was kind of peeking through the thing that was the hole in the wall. He stands up, gives a good stretch real quick, and is getting ready to kick the door open and get this guy as quickly as possible.
Is the arcane eye invisible?
Yep.
Only you know of its existence?
I create an invisible magical eye.
Interesting. Cool.
Yep.
You see that this cultist, we'll call him the Lector for now, because he has the red orange Felogburn, and the Lector is a role in the Red Dawn, by the way. That's why I call him the Lector. Gets up from his seat and begins to walk towards the door.
Guys, get ready to jump him. He's coming towards the door.
Armos, give me an Arcana check.
Yeah.
Drell, give me a perception check.
18.
25.
You are not surprised. Armos, you turn around as you feel a dark presence behind you. And as you turn, you see the silhouette, a visage of a large black knight grabbing Drell's shoulder, almost like a ghost trying to influence the living. Drell, you immediately feel this hand on your shoulder, even in your invisible state through the cloak. You instantly turn around and you gaze into the eyes of the helmet. He is as tall as you are. As you see and look into the green flaming eyes within his black helm, and you see that the sword comes down as you manage to just slightly turn as you feel like the ghostly blade slashes some of your beard hair off. And Armos, with your arcane check, you notice that the two of them disappear from your eyesight. Drell is currently gone.
We'll figure that out later, and I kick the door.
What?
Drell, your world completely twists and turns. The red flame lanterns quickly turn green. Right behind you, you are staring face to face with this large black knight with the giant greatsword. Everything is dark and gloomy. All the floor was once gray metal steel, is now this beautiful white marble. You no longer see the suits of armor on the racks, but rather jars of green flames in its place. You see rows and rows of them. You do not see any armor, and you see that this giant greatsword is just finished slashing down, and you are going to roll initiative, and we're going to hold you off right there. Drell, you're going to roll me an initiative.
Okay.
You're going to tell me that number, and then you're going to cut it in half and hold that number as well.
So I tell you the number?
Yes, what is your initiative?
12.
Write down 12 and 6.
Okay.
We're going to put a pin in that. Minnis and Armos, you see that Drell has disappeared. Armos, you no longer see the visage. Drell has disappeared from in front of your eyes in a green flame. Within a blink, you're not sure what happened. You said you were kicking down the door now?
Yeah, we want to push the door open as quick as possible.
You push this heavy door open and it swings. And you see that this red stoned room that looks like a somewhat small wizard's laboratory is revealed to you. And you see this cultist. And he goes, the compromise has come to me. Your intelligence and wisdom have not seemed to grow at all over the last year.
I knew you were talking about us behind our back. Heard you through the eye. I mean, we heard you through the hole, actually, but I saw you through the eye.
But I thought there was 3 of you.
Don't worry about that right now. Get him, Armos! And we start attacking.
I want to cast as soon as possible. Hold monster.
So you cast this spell as you are going to roll initiative.
Ooh, that's a 22 for Minnis.
Are you casting hold monster or hold person?
Hold. I think it does the same thing. It's hold monster. It's a creature you can see within range. Yeah, it's monster.
Oh, so it works for everything.
Okay, it works right. I just want to make sure.
It has to do a wisdom saving throw, so I don't know if it's gonna go well, but 8.
Armos, you have an 8. Minnis, you have a 22. Drell, you have 12.
Yep.
And 6.
Okay.
Armos, you go and try to get a surprise attack as you cast hold creature, and you see that the lector in front of you waves his hand and casts counterspell. The spell dissolves as it is casted at higher level.
Same old Armos, quick to the draw, always trying to get the upper hand.
He steps closer as the red fell Ogburn shines more brightly.
You see, I have gained significant knowledge since the last time we've met. I know all your tricks, and I will not fall for the same old ruse that I fell for so long ago. And you see,
Oh, you know this guy?
that he comes closer, and you start to see that there's a glow underneath his robe, blue markings, as you see that his hand comes out and grabs the fell Ogburn and begins to wield it as a flail.
Wait a sec.
You see the glow beneath his skin as you see that he moves from the back. You see that he removes his hood, revealing his blue skin, and he says,
I am going to enjoy this. I, although interrupted with my proceedings, am happy that you are here to exact
my revenge, as the two of you stare down Julius Kendrick.
Julius!
The lector
How dare you
of the
counterspell
Red
me?
Dawn.
Does it feel good? Does
No.
it, Armos?
It's so good.
We've been waiting for this day.
And we're gonna go ahead and go into initiative as you see Julius reveals himself.
Julius! Sorry, you probably don't know who Julius Kendrick is, but he's this guy that we found a long time ago, and we won against him, but this sneaky little devil used his fell magic to get away into Shadowfell, and then we had to trek all the way through Shadowfell, not even finding him, spending a year of our time and our birthdays, mind you, in Shadowfell away from everyone. It was just not a good time, okay? So I'm very passionate about fighting this man. We did fight very well. But without Drell, actually, because Drell obviously got taken into Shadowfell and had to fight the big, giant, armored Fellemental I was talking about earlier. Yeah, he was actually someone else we knew from way back when as well.
You uppercut this knight with your axe, with your father's axe, and its helmet flies straight up into the ceiling as you see an eruption of flame where its head should be. And you see that in this place is not a head at all. It is a green flame. And as it begins to retake shape, it's a little startling because you feel like you just decapitated it. And you feel the flame laughing at you. Until that laughing flame starts to sound more human-like. But the voice doesn't come from the suit of armor. It comes from your bag.
Okay.
As you look, I believe it's in your bag of holding, as you hear the laughs from someone familiar. The decapitated head of Adoram begins to speak to you from your waist. I keep my threats and promises, and this fell will be your hell, Drell. And that is where we're going to end this week's session.
What? Well, how are you talking?
We took care of them all right. As hard as the battle was, we came out on top. Very bloodied, very bruised, but on top.
Drell, as you come down with this ferocious series of attacks, as if your life depends on it, you see that Adoram gets larger and larger with each strike as your rage and resolve builds up. And you see one final time, it explodes into a hellish hellfire. As the armor scraps explode outwards, and the flame roars abruptly as you feel the head at the wayside in your bag begin to slowly decay away. And he goes, "You always rely on your tricks, but this time I finally been bested." As Adoram decays away, go ahead and make me a dexterity saving throw as everything explodes.
Right.
Nice. Dirty 20.
You're gonna take half of 55 fire damage, and you're gonna take half of 26 piercing damage from the shrapnel that is blown to bits from its from it erupting from you slaying Adoram for the last time. Drell, you find yourself with heavy breaths standing over shrapnel and a large black greatsword that has been chipped and chunked to pieces from the burst. You see that the armor is completely torn to shreds, but you are still in Shadowfell. All around you are these jars where the suits of armor was placed or were hung up. You are in a shadowy mirrorverse of the building you were just in, of Hangar 18. But rather than seeing suits of armor hung and racked, you see all these vials of green flames, and all the flames are bouncing around within the jar. We're gonna hold your turn there, and we're gonna go to initiative 8, which is Armos.
All right. Well,
I'm not feeling good, Armos.
Armos, I'm not gonna lie. I don't feel too great. I can use a pick-me-up.
yeah.
Look at you, Armos. Bloodied and felled before me, trying to reserve your last breath to keep fighting, yet you keep falling before me. You see, last time when we fought, I underestimated you, but now I've become prepared. I've learned from my mistakes, and you think your short little hop of gradual power makes you better than us. And yet here I am, standing above you as you bleed on my floor.
In my rage, still angry with everything that's going on, I pop back up and instantly cast Lightning Bolt. They both of the enemies in front of me, Julius and the other knight. I have to make a dexterity save of 19.
19? That's high, dude.
Oh, you just gave us a save of 19. What are you talking about?
That's high, dude.
That's so
My guy-
high. Oh my
guy is-
god.
And he's rolling dex with disadvantage, right? Because you're hex, or no?
He is.
Well-
Glad you reminded me of that because he was going to pass. He just rolled a 12 now with disadvantage.
Well, he went down, right? So that's what I was asking.
Yeah, it went down, so I think I lose it.
Oh yeah, that's true.
That's
So
what I
he's
was
not hex
asking.
no
I'm not sure.
So you lose it the second you get down. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he does pass with a 19.
Oh, on the dot.
The Felemental is going to make a 30 saving throw. He fails with a nat 1.
So 53 damage.
Oh,
Felemental is exploded
oh nice.
and goes down.
You know what that means?
What does it mean?
I steal the soul out of that
Oh, you get some temp HP.
Oh my
temporary HP. I've just begun.
god. You get 10 HP.
That's actually so close.
53.
How much do you get now from
22.
one guy? Hey, that'll help.
He's gonna,
There,
Julius is
right.
going to take 26 points of lightning damage
That's awesome.
as you blast him point blank, but he moves just out of the way, not taking the full brunt of it.
So you know what that means. As a bonus action, I'm gonna pop a potion. Now that he's got his wind back, I'm gonna do a potion of superior healing, I guess. Or wait, I'm just gonna do greater because, you know, Tony keeps telling us it's a sprint or it's a marathon, not a sprint.
You should be popping stuff. You should absolutely be popping stuff right now. You guys are not in a place to start reserving that.
I need to survive.
So I got 12 health off of my bonus action health potion.
As we move to initiative 1, you see that the other one is attacking a spiritual weapon. I'm going to roll a wisdom check here to see if he's smart enough to stop attacking it. He continues to attack the spiritual weapon as the sword goes through it, and you see he's like trying to maneuver as he like maneuvers around it, trying to get a vantage point, trying to attack the large mace.
I make the mace wiggle as if it's dodging.
So initiative 6, we are going to go back to Shadowfell. Now you are out of combat, Drell.
Mm-hmm.
However, I'm going to give you, now that you're still in Shadowfell, you knew that he took you in to Shadowfell. However, the flame is completely gone. It lies before you are scraps of black metal. Behind you is a stone door that is closed, and you see all these racks of jars with elemental souls in them. You instantly make the connection that the elementals are stored here, while the material body is stored in the material plane, as you observe. To your west, you do see that 2 of the jars have gone missing. And you see at the edge of each of the racks where these jars are stored, you see that there are 2 contraptions on either side that have just powered down. And you see like this greenish smoke exude from it. Do you still have the perception stone, that wisdom stone?
I do, yeah.
Go ahead and roll me a perception check as the stone begins to move around your head.
That is a 16.
You see that as you're looking around and you make this connection, you see the stone begins to circle around your head, almost as if it activated on its own. You're making these connections between the Shadowfell and the material plane as you begin to walk around, and then you start to hear voices almost, but you don't hear words. You hear like something trying to speak. It kind of sounds ethereal in nature, but it doesn't sound like a language. It kind of sounds like a sprite. And you're looking at these jars with these flames in them. And some jars are bigger than others, and some flames are bigger than others. As you see that they slowly bounce around, what are you doing?
Is there a way for me to make some sort of roll that I can identify, like if I was to break these jars, would I be releasing the elemental or destroying it? I guess, if that makes sense. Would it be like an arcana check, I guess, or history? I don't know.
Make me a history check.
Yeah, I have +0 to both of them, so it really doesn't matter. Okay. Oof, that is an 8.
You look at these jars and you You are not sure. The arcane arts to you are a blur. They're mysterious.
Yeah.
Outside of the few spells you were able to cast and the magic weapons you yield, this is far beyond
Man,
your knowledge at face value.
I really should have took some notes when Minnis was talking.
I was gonna try to just go in the door that we were planning on going in anyways.
From the shadow. Okay.
So yeah, so like pretty much the same room Minnis and Armos in, but in the Shadowfell version of it.
You open the door to where the office was in the material realm. You open it on the Shadowfell side. And you see that it instantly drops off into a pit. And at the bottom of the pit is a massive gelatinous cube. And you see bones and corpses inside slowly dissolving. As you look down, you get the sense that this is used for some type of disposal. The pit itself is about 60 feet down. And at the bottom is this gelatinous cube. And it's just slowly dissolving body parts.
Okay, do not want to go in there.
After looking at that and learning of the garbage disposal, let's call it, I'm going to go ahead and move to the next initiative, initiative 22 for Minnis.
Yeah, that works.
So Minnis on initiative 22, staring at Julius.
Well, definitely an action to use a potion. Need that. I'm gonna use one of my potions of superior healing. So I get 40 points of health back. Thank goodness. And then I'm gonna use bonus action to keep hitting that elemental, I suppose.
Sure. Go ahead, swing at it.
That's going to be 13.
Dead. Comes down with the mace. Bop! The helmet gets a large dent and it collapses.
Nice.
As the flame is extinguished. You hear Julius laugh.
My axe moves 20 feet towards Julius menacingly.
You see, as it floats over menacingly, Julius says to you, "It's so ironic that the lives you wish to save are the same ones you are slaying. Once released from its iron coil, it's gone forever." And he gestures to the slain elemental.
You talk a lot for someone in a fight. Armos, get him!
As we move to initiative 20, this is Julius. And he is going to make a series of attacks. He's going to make with using the Fell Ogburn. He's going to make an attack against Armos with a 29 to hit. And then you make 2 attacks against you, Minnis. That's a 30 to hit, Minnis.
Ow.
And a 19.
Yeah, that hits. Barely.
Armos, you're going to take 17 points of fire damage. Minnis, you're going to take 19 points of fire damage on one attack and 19 points of fire damage on the second attack. I rolled the same dice twice.
Absorb elements.
Use absorb elements to absorb some of that damage. And he is going to... he's going to use his movement and try to run to the other end of the room. He's going to go try to go around Armos.
Hit him, Armos.
Wait, I get to opportunity attack.
You sure do.
Just with like a dagger or something.
Wow. I have a staff.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Bonk him for justice.
Oh, he's gonna get bonked.
Get bonked.
A 21 to hit.
Yeah, that goes through his mage armor and it hits him. Wow.
That's incredible.
Okay, it does 12 damage.
As you see, he runs and he runs to the other side of the room, trying to get a vantage point. We're gonna move to initiative 12. Drell.
Okay, so when you were talking about the green mist coming from the machine, what was that again?
So on the racks where in the material plane where the suits of armor were being hung from, and in Shadowfell are now green, like these bottles with the elementals inside of them. You see, I'm pointing to them on the table. These barrels here were exhuming green smoke, and you notice that 2 of the jars are missing. You also noticed from when that stone went off, check last turn, that there were voices and sprites. Like you can hear them faintly in your mind, and the elementals are moving.
I guess I'll make my way over to one of the closest sets of barrels. Can I just roll another perception check as I get closer?
Yes.
Okay. Gosh, I really need this to be good. 21.
As you're examining the machines in front of you, you see that this side, although what you're seeing is mirroring, this side looks like it's not the control side. This is almost the receiving end of a machine. And as you are looking at the contraption, you see that how the machine works is that you see that the jars that were in have like got pushed in the rack and then emptied. And you see at closer examination within there, you see 2 empty bottles on the rack with their corks popped off. You hear all these different voices, but one of them is really loud and you get a sense of familiarity. And it's coming from the northwest side of the hangar. You can't pinpoint exactly where it's coming from because you hear these sprite-like noises, and these sprite-like noises are like high-pitched with a mix of flame, like a burning flame, but you hear something from the northwest corner amongst the other voices.
Okay. I will make my way over then on the northwestern side because I'm already on the west side, so I'll just continue up towards the sound.
We're gonna go ahead and move to initiative 8, which is Armos.
All right. There was a door that we came in, correct?
Yes.
Perfect. I am going to move to the door. I'm gonna shut the door, or like the door shut, or is it wide open?
It was open.
I'm gonna shut the door as a free action, and I'm gonna cast Arcane Lock on it so that he's trapped in here with us.
You see these arcane chains and a mythical padlock on your side, locking the door in place.
And then as a bonus action, and before I start talking crap, I'm gonna drink a potion of superior healing.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and roll.
So as I slam the door, I chug my potion, I'm like, you're locked in here with us. You're not going anywhere. And that's my turn.
If I become felled, then you will become felled with me. We move to initiative 6, which is Drell.
Oh my gosh, my head hurts. All these noises. All right, let me see if I could just focus one more time.
That's a 25.
You begin to feel this sense of familiarity and warmth as you feel this specific jar to your north, about 15 feet away from you, is moving sporadically, almost as if it's trying to get your attention.
Yeah, I walk up to it then.
You see this jar begins to bounce sporadically. You feel a sense of familiarity. You feel like it's trying to speak to you, but it's bound by its container, by its prison.
Can I break it open?
You can open it.
Okay, I'll just open it. I won't break it. I throw it on the ground. No.
I said what I said.
I throw it on the ground. You open the bottle, and a green elemental launches out and begins to take shape of some kind. It is not humanoid, but you see that it, like with its flaming body, grows limbs. It's like,
Please don't be Adolram.
you see that it gets up and it is hulking. However, it is not huge or gargantuan. It's actually smaller than you. It's standing at around 6 feet tall. You hear these flames within your mind, but you do not speak its language. But it reaches out a green flame fist, so to speak. You don't see a hand. It doesn't take like a physical shape, but you see that it's like reaching out.
I reach out to it.
You take its hand and flame the appendage, and you get a rush of memories, your memories. However, you are instantly flashed back to when you are fighting gnolls in a jungle, as you are trying to venture somewhere. You are also with a Will Frey. You are also with Zith, the Drow Elf, and the Dread, and you are fighting alongside with these gnolls and head into a temple, and you get this same feeling of familiarity from the Dread. You know that this is the Felemental that was in Dread's body in this armor. And although his armor looks slightly different, you now make the connection that that he was this Felemental, which is why he couldn't talk, which is why they had lied when they said his tongue was coming out, but Armos was able to communicate with it. Through these memories, it reveals itself to you that this is the Dread that you had partied with before, and that had disappeared when he went through that portal.
Oh, I remember. The Kambuki Isles.
Back into Kambuki Isles.
Oh my god.
It is not hostile towards you.
So would I be able to put him back in the jar and then put him in the barrel to like send him over to
You see any motion of the jar, he instantly like backs away, refusing to get it. However, he moves around freely and is your ally.
Okay. Is Adolram's armor still intact?
No, it is blown to shreds.
Okay. Oh, there goes that idea.
Wait, you got any idea how to get out of here?
You see that the flame erupts and then goes back into its body as it's trying to communicate with you, and you see that it starts to move down the hall and begins to make its way to the center.
Okay. I just follow him.
As you follow him, we're going to go to initiative 22 back in the material plane, which is Minnis PebbleWalker, and it is your initiative. What are you doing?
Oh boy. I suppose I'm gonna bonus action use a greater health potion. Sorry, spiritual mace. I will not use you this turn. Just sit there and look pretty. We'll get 14 points of health back. I'll take it. I'm gonna keep attacking Julius over there. Sling bullets all over the place. As a 26
Hits.
and a 14. So I'll use my inspiration die and re-roll that. Oh, that's worse. Oh, not worse, but still really bad. 15.
This is
And he will take 12 points of force damage. And then I lost concentration on my favored foe, so I'll do another favored foe and hit with a sit as well for an extra 13 points of force damage.
Whoa, 13 points of force damage. You see these shots are landing through his mage armor, and you see that he begins to bleed. You see his fellow augment flare up with flames again.
And then I'm going to jump behind the desk if I can to get some cover.
The desk is pretty hard pressed up against the wall. I would say you wouldn't be able to get a cover behind.
You gave me a curved desk here that has a area.
All right, listen, it was the only magical desk asset that Incarnate had, okay? Don't come at me. Don't come at me.
How are you going to give me this and then be like, no, you can't do that? Fine, I peek behind the trunk.
Fine, I'll give you that +2 AC.
No, I'm fully behind it. I'm ducking.
+2 AC as we move to initiative 20.
I'm so small. I'm not a small creature. How is that?
I know
only
we're
plus
dealing
2?
with red numbers right now, but you get
Yeah,
partial
exactly
cover
why
from
I'm
the
gonna
chest.
hound you on this. That's not even gonna give me 3/4 cover.
Yeah, 3/4 cover, sure.
Thank you. All right.
Well, how much does that give you in ace bonus AC?
+5.
So that means he's just gonna run up to you then. That's what I'm gonna have him do. He's gonna use his movement. Can he reach you?
That's mean.
No, he can't
You
reach you.
should
So
roll
he's gonna run
something
up.
for using DM knowledge.
He's gonna run up to Armos. Well, he did flare his fellow. He runs up to Armos and he's going to make a series of attacks. Fel Ogburn 1, that is a 30 to hit.
Gonna do a reaction. Hellish Rebuke.
Oh.
Yes.
No, wait, this damage is gonna go off first. 25 fire damage, which is half to 12 points of fire damage. You're gonna use Hellish Rebuke to make a dexterity saving throw. He fails.
All right. So 17 plus 8.
25.
You see as he comes in with the flail, Reggie goes, "Roar!" He jumps on his face, "Roar!" and he lights him on fire in an explosion as he failed that dexterity saving throw. And as he is on fire, you see Julius drops the fellow Ogburn, trying to get a flaming Reginald off his face as Reginald goes, "Roar!" becoming larger and larger as Reginald is bloodied himself, and you see that his failed attempts to try to get Reginald off his face as he falls to the floor, saying some muffled words. As Reginald stands up, and you see that he has singed hair, and you see that part of his melted face, his skin is on his body, attached to his fur, and Reginald's like, and he looks slow at Armos, slow pans. I am eating his hands for myself. As Julius Kendrick is slain, he had 20 health left.
He just died?
He just died.
Damn, he died to
He
Reginald.
burned his...
No, I had such a monologue planned.
Save it for the next bad guy.
Wait, I could still do it. I could still do it. I get up. Are we out of combat?
You are now out of combat, yeah.
Okay.
Can we say he's still burning?
Yeah. He's still burning.
Yeah, he's definitely on fire. Yeah, sure.
You're in the way of my revenge. You're in the way of my dog. You crossed me once and lived, but not this time. I thrust out my hand as air explodes with dark energy. Eldritch blast as screams through the air. Each impact rattles the very walls. Force doesn't stop. I keep blasting. It's relentless. A storm of raw, unchained power crashes over into Kendrick, echoes through the walls like death itself has been called here from Armos's anger and revenge. And then when the final blast fades, only silent remains and the lantern flickers. Scorched remains are all that's left. Armos exhales, stepping into the ashes. Over my dead body, there isn't one left. Oh. Sorry, Reginald.
After he gets all burned up, finally, behind the trunk, Minnis is going, okay, you got this. You've been training for this. And they steps out from the trunk and goes, ha, yeah, yeah, and throws his sling bullets at the fire and then realizes everything's done. Oh, huh. Good job, Armos. Job well done.
It was Reginald. He reluctantly is.
That's what I'm talking about, Reginald. Up top, as I walk over and give him a high five.
He gives you a high five. There's some flesh on your hand from his torched fur.
And then before my spectral mace goes away, I just bring it up and slam it down one more time on Julius Kendrick. Burned corpse. As the force damage all disperses and it just creates this like concave dent in the floor.
Oh my god.
As that event unfurls, we're gonna go back to Drell.
Nice.
I can't believe this lined up perfectly. I it was so chaotic. As she was about to rejoin you guys in just a moment, as you see the Fellemental, the Dread Fellemental, goes to one of the suits of armor, and you see that the armor begins to glow, and you notice that there's a glyph on the armor itself. You can't read the glyph because you're unfamiliar with magical runes, but you see that it begins to glow as it means something, and you see that the flame begins to charge up as its eyes begin to glow, and the other suit of armor itself also begins to glow. Minnis, Armos, as you two leave that room, catching your breath, you also see the suits of armor on your side also begin to glow, as incantation runes begin to reveal themselves on the breastplate. And Armos, you instantly notice this as a teleportation rune of some kind. And as the flame echoes, Drell, you see that the world begins to shift and the white marble stone begins to fade to this dark gray stone. The green flames on the lanterns begin to turn a normal fiery red, and the dark cobblestone walls become a lighter shade of metal and cobblestone as you are now transported back to the material plane. And as you come back to the material plane, you see a Fellemental, but the flame is slowly diminishing. As the flame begins to diminish, you see that it tries to go over to a suit of armor and tries to take control of one. You appear back and you see that the flame, and you see it tries to go to a suit of armor, and then it slowly goes into it and goes. You see that goes through the helmet, through its eyes and mouth socket, and then you see that it becomes alive. Fellemental is now a part of one of these suits of armor, and it drops down. You now have the Dread with you.
Nice. You made it.
You see that it walks over to you and extends its hand.
I shake their hand.
And it nods to you. You guys see this as you open the door to try to catch your breath. The air is very stale in here, and you saw Drell come back.
Oh my gosh, it smells so bad in there. Don't remind me not to do that until we have a window open. Whew.
I grab the auburn, or whatever it's called. The Fell Auburn? Or is it Ogburn?
You take the Fell Ogburn, and you get a weapon.
Ooh.
A weapon?
It is a flail.
Huh.
Yes. Go ahead and add, let me just try to find it real quick.
Well.
Oh, while we're doing this, I run back in the room and I go and check the chest that Minnis was
The trunk.
hiding behind. What's in here? Better be something good. Would you believe me? I hope your lunch money's in here. And whatever's on his desk, I kick it over.
So Minnis, you pick up this flail, and you know what it does. You don't need to attune to it. It is a flail. And while holding this magical weapon, you can take a bonus action and use a command word, which is a word in Elvish that means shadow, and you engulf the damage dealing part of the weapon. So the lantern itself becomes engulfed in flames. That's the same flame that Julius has been attacking you with. It sheds a bright light of orange and red in a 40 feet radius, and a dim light additional to that, an additional 40 feet. While the weapon is ablaze, it deals 3d6 extra fire damage on a hit, and the flame lasts until you take a bonus action to drop it or sheath it, etc. In addition, if all the attacks hit a single target creature in a single turn, That target is now considered burned and takes an additional 3d6 fire damage on a hit for a total of 6d6 fire damage. If a creature is resistant to fire damage, it no longer gains fire resistance while being attacked with this weapon, while the burned effect is active. The burn effect goes away once you miss an attack, but can be reapplied next turn. This effect stacks only once. It has a reach of 10 feet, and it swings of a normal flail, so it also does 1d8 bludgeoning damage.
Nice.
Yeah, so it's essentially, it kind of works as a flame tongue, except it's a little more beefy, and it has that extra ability. So when you attack somebody, it does 1d8 damage plus 3d6 fire damage. And if all your attacks land in a single turn, you then add an additional 3d6 of fire damage for every attack that hits until you miss.
Yes. Yes, I have another one of his weapons. I won't break this one.
As the three of you are like beaten and battered, Minnis, you do see Drell and a fell elemental out in the main hall from the room that you just witnessed this teleportation process from, and watch this fell elemental grab a suit of armor. Armos, as you go to loot the chest, you find that it's stocked with potions. Go ahead and roll me a d6. Do that twice and tell me each numbers individually.
2.
Okay.
And a 5.
Ooh, whoa. Okay. The 2 is going to be so it's +2, so you get 4 supreme healing potions. The 5 is going to be 5 + 2, which is 7 spell slot potions. In addition to that, once you take a rest, you level up to 18.
Oh, look at us.
Oh, I'm getting a great ability.
What are the three of you doing right now?
And I think we end this episode dapping up the dread.
Yeah, guys, look who I found.
Drell, get down. Who is this?
It's the dread. Don't be friendly. Be cool.
Oh.
Be cool.
Armos, as you approach the dread, your mind once again gets filled with these fiery voices, revealing himself that he is the dread, the same dread that you had partnered with way back when.
Wait, the ones that left us with Zith?
He was not there when you disappeared. He did not come out the other side.
But he did leave us. Almost doesn't forget.
I mean, if he's like Zith, he didn't know what was going on. You're cool with us, right? And I kind of give him an eyebrow raise.
You see that his helmet turns to you and gives a nod.
We've made another ally. It's good to have you back. Thought you were dead, to be honest.
Oh, speaking of dead, I killed Adelram again.
Wait, what?
What?
Yeah. That big iron soldier standing over there that disappeared? Yeah, that was Adelram. I killed him again. No big deal.
Oh.
As I'm like just covered in injuries and completely bleeding.
Like, no, yeah.
Your lumps have lumps.
Yeah, exactly. Just like, yep. No problem.
Oh yeah, we dealt with Julius Kendrick. I'd say go check it out, but there's not much left.
Oh no, I would not walk in that room. On the other side in Shadowfell, it falls 60 feet into a giant gelatinous cube, so I would not go back in that room if I was you. Yep.
Oh.
Fair enough.
Yep.
Steering clear.
All right, so...
What'd you see on the other side? What was that?
Honestly, yeah, it was kind of weird. All these, and I point to like all the armor sets, they were just containers with, elementals inside of them, kind of just hanging up just like this.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, if we go there, could we just throw a wrench in all of their plans?
And break them all?
Well, see, I was thinking that, but then I didn't know. I forgot if I break something... does it destroy them, or would I let out a bunch of pissed off elementals all at once? So the dread helped me come back over here so we can try to figure that out. But
Dread, what do you think?
He points to you and he shakes his head. And then he offers a hand out for you to grab it.
All of us?
Oh, awesome. Team handshake. Everybody in. And I put my hand in, like palm down.
As you grab his hand, he shares some of his memories with you. He shares it from the perspective of when he went through the portal with William Wolfrey. But rather than going back where Zith went and William went when they were attacked by Timbat, the black dragon that Adelram was riding with, he got sent back to Shadowfell in his Felemental form in front of Julius. And in his weakened state, Julius has a power over him where you see from his point of view, you see everything from Dread's point of view, where he is being mentally anguished and submitted into a tiny ball of fire, in which he takes out a jar. Minnis and Armos, you two instantly recognize this as like a modified
Flask.
yes, iron flask. It has, you see that the jar itself is created and curved in such a way that it acts as an iron flask, and he is sucked into the bottle. He is then placed on one of these racks, imprisoned. Now, Shadowfell's time frame and the material plane's time frame is very different. So you start to see this wave of memories flush in of people being teleported in to Shadowfell from the hangar, from your position, through these suits of armors coming from the material plane into Shadowfell. From there are suits of armor, Fellementals, that push them over to the racks, and you see that their souls are getting taken out and placed into empty jars. Their bodies drop to the floor and then picked up by other Fellemental soldiers and dumped into the pit with the gelatinous cube, acting as a garbage disposal. They are essentially taking people's soul essence, putting them in these jars, and creating Fellementals. So you know from being in Red City that half the people are being split up from the town square. We see people get teleported in. The carts you were following were heading to the military ward. You also know that some people, from talking to the shadow smugglers, are going to be sacrificed at Viral's tower. And you see that the victims that they're capturing are being used for different reasons. And all these Fellementals, Drell, all the Fellementals that you've seen based off this vision are people trapped inside of it. From the Fellementals that you've destroyed on the material plane, the Fellementals have essentially disappeared. They are no longer of the living or in that form anymore, which calls back to what Julius said: the souls you're trying to save, you are only destroying in the process. And you see that these Fellementals have a hold and are somewhat mind controlled under this presence of Julius and the other cultists that are in Shadowfell, manipulating these victims to go towards the racks to become the Fellementals in this process, and then disposing of their now useless mortal bodies. Basically, it just reveals like a horrific cycle of capturing people and then using them and manipulating their thoughts, and basically becoming mindless soldiers, getting rid of their only weakness, which is essentially pain, and making them into suits of armor that are just obeying them. And you see that goes on a grander scale up to like Revengers and even these Fell engines. You see Dread pulls his hand away.
Whoa, okay. Just more people that we aren't able to save. This is getting harder and harder every step of the way. I constantly think I'm going to give up, or I'm going to fail, or everything's going to come crumbling down around me, but I need to keep pressing on. I'm sure that's exactly how you felt, Miranor, as you're protecting the clan. But we may very well be the world's only hope now. As we walked outside, we discovered the true nature of what happened to the Red City.
You leave through the northwestern door, and you are met with a beautiful, golden, pristine, cleaned city. Not a single marking of dirt, soot, nothing. It is made of complete white and gold marble. It is beautiful looking. It is bright. It does not resemble what the towns you have seen in Shadowfell at all. The roadways are clear. You do not see any disturbance within the pathways, within the gardens. The water fountains are empty. They are not flowing, but they are in great, immaculate condition. However, there is not a soul around. You're looking around and it feels like you're in daytime. You know that you're in Shadowfell, but it feels like in daytime. The lanterns are burning accordingly. They are all burning green, but you are not encompassed by shadow here. And matter of fact, there is a beam of light over the castle in the northwest corner of the city, but it is completely clean. Where Viral's tower would be in the north, it's an empty space, as you can see over the peninsula. You recognize this beam of light for a moment. The last time you saw this beam of light in the distance was the last time you were in Shadowfell, when you were fighting Calum, when you were at his keep, when you were when you were on his perch. You had noticed a beam of bright light in Shadowfell. the city looks like it's like encompassed in daylight, almost like a barrier within itself. You then see that once again ominous moon that takes up most of the sky that is like lurking over you. Red City as you know it, the walls are decrepit, the buildings are destroyed, the pathways are completely broken away, chipped away, and a place looks like it's been under war for hundreds of years. Make me an intelligence check.
All of us? Nice.
Armos, make an intelligence check.
9.
5.
19.
Armos, you look around. You have an extensive knowledge of Shadowfell, more so than the other two. Their knowledge of Shadowfell is what they've experienced. But someone like you, someone who has danced with the dark arts, almost as if someone would take a daily walk in the park, you understand what you're seeing here. You don't think that people were taken and flopped. You don't think that people were switched from Shadowfell to the material plane. You think the city itself was swapped from Shadowfell to the material plane.
Wait. Oh. Okay.
It's like they made a whole new city in Shadowfell.
This is the city.
What?
As I'm like looking around. Do we see like obviously there's green flames and stuff like that, but like there's obviously no people or anything like that.
It is empty.
Yeah.
Where's the beam of light again?
Over the city. It's like it feels like daytime around the city, like almost like a bubble. And the city itself, like if you look straight up, the beam would be like highlighting over the castle. But you feel like it's like all around you.
Since we are on hold on, let me check my screenshots. Since we're on a mesa
Plateau.
Can we see outside of the beam of light to...
Looking outside the beam of light, you are still you are surrounded by mountains, but the mountains don't look as dark as decrepit as they were when you were in Red City. Instead, you see like the normal mountains, and as if you would look out into the ocean, it's just fog. There's like no water around you. It's just like dense fog outside that bubble of light that encompasses the city. And where Viral's Towers was empty. It actually looks like a park.
All right. Well, at the very least, we should go to the foot of the hill leading up to his tower.
Yeah.
We do have our own lantern, so we can get back out if we can't find a suit of armor over there.
Just one thing we got to keep in mind is how much time we're spending in here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, let's make it quick. Let's take a good jog. All right. Yeah, we're gonna walk our way to City Square and to the foot of that hill leading to Viral's Tower.
Yes. So I'm actually glad you three have decided to do this. Shadowfell was always a path that you could have taken around obstacles, and you decided to use it now.
Oh yeah.
It's very smart. It's very, very intuitive. And for that ingenuity, I will award each of you an inspirational die.
Hey.
Oh, nice.
I used mine last session, so it's good to have it back.
Well, now that you mentioned that, let's go check out that old arena. You know what I mean?
Yeah, true.
There's no time.
There's no time, Armos. As Reginald like pulls your horns. You begin to walk through this silent city made of gold and white marble. It looks untouched, unscathed. You see the beauty within the city. Armos, you know that this was once the capital of Aramor. Before Aramor City, it was the city of Stratham.
We're jogging too.
And as you jog through, you see beautiful empty shops. You see homes untouched. The town square is immaculate, beautiful. You can only imagine the large parties, the town square, and the pop-up shops that used to be marketed here. And as you jog and you look around, you begin to wonder the power that Viral could have to take a whole city from a realm and swap it. Maybe that's how all the demons got there to begin with. Was it Viral? Was it a Christo? Strange. Why would they need to swap the cities to begin with? How long have these plans been rooted and schemed before they took action? Seems like something like this wouldn't happen overnight. These questions begin to daunt on you. And as you approach the garden where Viral's Tower would be, you take a deep breath and you get those lungs full of fresh air as you walk down what was supposed to be a bloody path but this beautiful marble path instead to this wonderful park, and you see the archway that would lead into the park. You stop and you know that this would be the front door to Viral's tower.
Ooh, okay. Does it look like there's anything that can get us back into Shadowfell over here, or will we have to use some of our lantern oil?
The lantern is your only way to get back and forth.
The new lantern or our old lantern?
Your old lantern. Oh, the new lantern has the same ability as well.
Yeah, okay. That's
But this one, the new one is a modified version that is essentially a key.
Yeah. All right, well, everybody, here's a quick pass without trace, all right? So, get in there as quiet as possible. Maybe get the jump on Viral, though I doubt it.
Wait, what if we just walk into the tower and then go to the main room? It's usually where the bad guy is, right?
So once again, Viral's tower is not in Shadowfell. It's
I
in
know.
the park.
I'm just...
Same when we get out of Shadowfell.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how many rooms are going to be in this tower, Armos. I hope it's that easy. It's just a little, just in case measure, you know what I mean?
All right.
Oh, Armos. Real quick, Armos, you want to give Drell some health potions?
Yeah, you guys. Well, I mean, if
You're gonna shake me down before we go back in there for some health potions. All right, look, let me dig in there real quick. All right, here's a superior healing.
no, just give me one superior. That's fine. I'll be okay.
Minnis, here's a superior healing.
Oh, thank you.
So, Drell, you should have 2. I'll have 1, and then Minnis has 1.
Oh, what are those sparkly
And
blue
4
ones
total.
you...
How many are you giving me?
2.
Oh, okay, so I have 3 then. Yeah, this is more than enough. I'll be okay. Preach though.
Wait, Armos, what are those sparkly blue potions you got from the trunk?
You know what? Since I need you on your toes today, okay, you can have one, but only use it.
What's it do?
When you're feeling a little drained of your abilities.
I shake it next to my ear.
I should probably take one of those too.
No.
Stupid.
Sorry, hang on. Let me use my. I wave my hand to see if he's magically adept.
Oh, is this one of those spells potions? Gives me some of my mana back? Is that what it's called?
You know what? Yep.
The juice.
The juice.
The juice is loose. All right, Drell pulls out his axe and tightens the straps on his armor, and he's ready. It's like, this one keeps coming loose. I don't know why. Tighten it more than the others.
All right. I'm ready, so Minnis gets the Fellogburn ready and lights it up so we go back to the other side.
You see that as the city, pristine white and gold, quickly turns to decay, mountains become crooked and jagged. You hear the sounds of thrashing ocean water. You hear the clashing of blades, the roaring of demons, the screeching of monstrosities, and you are immediately greeted with a huge living tower just on the left side of you, next to the archway of Viral's tower. You look straight up at this massive gargantuan tentacle erupting from the ground that looks like it goes deep below. And then you look north as the tower waves seemingly unbothered as your fell Ogburn glows bright red and orange, acting as a key through this valley of dried blood and death. You look ahead and you see this long, menacing tower.
Is it long or is it tall?
Tall and long tower. You see
Really
that
low.
the body of the tower looks thin, where it leads up to more of a platform at its peak.
Okay. I guess we'll try and be kind of quiet for now and see what happens as Minnis creeps up to the entrance.
You walk up to the front door and you see these large, dark steel doors. And as the fell Ogburn,
Before we walk up, it should be known that Drell and I have cast a disguised self, so we look like...
I look like a cultist.
Yeah, we look like a Julius Kendrick cultists.
Do I change my height as well?
You can change it a little bit. I think you can change it within like 2 feet,
Nice.
maybe a little less.
The three of you approach these huge, dark steel doors. And as the fell augbird burns, you see that it slowly creaks open, allowing you to enter due to the lantern itself. And as you walk in, you see that there's this room that is just, it looks like a divot into the ground, a circular divot. And it's just a column, there's a shaft that goes all the way up. You look up and you see that it seemingly goes on for miles. It doesn't go into the darkness. You feel like you're staring into an empty space where it seems like you're staring into the void rather than a dark room. And you hear the slow grinding of stone and metal as you hear something come down slowly. As it becomes louder and louder, you see that a black metal and stone platform sets into the divot, almost like an elevator platform.
That's not ominous at all. Armos, you want to get on and test it out? Make sure it's safe?
Yeah.
I guess the question is that for us, or does it just happen to be a coincidence?
Yeah, I don't
It's
like
probably
this.
on a timer. There's no way.
Yeah,
they would know
right?
it's
It's
not
automated,
here.
of course.
Maybe they have like motion ghosts in here. I hear those are coming together pretty.
Oh,
Here we
yes. Motion detecting arcane eyes, of course.
Armos goes into the room first. Drell, there's no movement, no signs of movement, no indicators of any kind.
It's definitely waiting for me. All right. No going back. And I hop on.
As you step onto the platform, you see that the fell Ogburn burns again. It erupts. The flame erupts within the lantern. You see that the elevator platform begins to slowly rise as the grinding of stone and metal grind against the dark steel walls as you slowly ascend the tower, and it rises up. You begin to look around you, and there's no light in the room. What was once wall, like a column walls around you, like a cylindrical wall, its darkness begins to fade, and you feel like rather than a dark room, it now feels like you're in a vast open space. And you're just on this platform, literally floating through space itself. It feels ethereal in its own way as you ascend through the tower. And you look out and you feel like you can look out for miles. And then a flash comes over your eyes. And you see out into Red City. You see the chaos before you. You see demons all the way up to the main gate. You're able to see the entire Red City as you elevate to the peak of the tower. You see an army of demons, an army of elementals protecting the town square. You see the damaged, destroyed castle in the distance. You see the infected living ward. You see the destroyed bridge from Duncan's explosions. You see chaos and carnage until you cannot see further beyond the mountains. The water is thrashing up against the crooked mountains as if it is being affected from cosmic circumstance. The city itself is being illuminated by this red light, but then you see those dark red thunderous clouds stretching over the lands of Umbrea. You see that where the old arena was from the screeching demon is this massive demon bound by magical chains that is larger than anything you have seen before. It is just a giant mouth trying to desperately get itself free from the old arena that is acting as its cage. It is larger than the size of Gargantuan. This looks like an ancient demon of some kind. And you see that Reginald is staring at it. And he goes, "That's what I aspired to be." It's a demon beyond any recognition. It is screeching, it is howling. It looks like it cannot even be controlled by its own masters, and being kept here as a prisoner as a last resort. Then you ascend, and as the outside world turns to blackness, your vision is shunted for just a moment. Eerie redness illuminates around you as the fell Ogburn extinguishes itself, reignites. Find yourself at the top of Viral's tower. What you thought was on the outside was a roof is actually a dome overlooking the entire city. You find yourself on a dirty, blood-clotted, rusted-over platform of what looks like a chaotic wizard's lair, a chaotic wizard's tower. There is immediately in front of you an altar with blood shards pouring out of it, blood ore veins. There is a pile of destroyed books that stack high. There are 4 of these living towers. They are much smaller in size, but its tentacle appendage guard the tower around these demonic statues. The closer you look at the statues, you see that they are faintly moving, but they are somehow frozen in place. Behind you is a staircase that has 2 walkways up that leads to a perch that gives a perfect vantage point over the whole city. You see that the walls themselves in this dark cathedral-like pattern illuminate this soft red glow. The presence of evil is permeating through every crack and orifice within this tower. It is seeping onto the floor, walls, and in the air. You feel like you cannot even take a full breath by the stench of rot and decay that is filling this room. You see at the altar the back of Viral, and on his shoulder, a frog toad-like demon with 2 wings. You hear the laughter as he slowly turns around as Viral shows his face once again with his sunken eyes and his bloodshot iris and his long white bald patterned hair as it stretches down to his knees. You see that his hood is down and he goes, "Look who made it."
Well, we don't need this, and I drop past without trace. That was a whole lot of nothing.
Oh, if it wasn't for the queen and her overzealous actions, I would have dealt with you sooner, but I am happy.
As he begins to walk off this massive podium where you see this blood-soaked altar. Now, this altar looks like a giant demonic Bailoon demon skull. It also has a statue of a perfect human, almost like angel, but with like angel-like presence, but with no wings. It looks like a perfectly chiseled, long-haired person, and it's like presenting itself as a holy figure. And at the feet of this holy statue, adorned with like chaotic symbols all around it, are 2 massive blood ore veins that give this whole glow around its base and illuminating its demonic skull's eye sockets bright red. And you see that he walks across from his podium to this artifact that is standing like a globe, like a freestanding globe. It looks multicolored, but with a vast majority of color of green that swirls, and it, just by looking at it, it feels on fire. Just by looking at it, you feel like you can ignite in flames. And you see that he puts his palm on it and he taps 1 finger at a time. He goes, "If I didn't have to tend the blood-pointed matters, you would have been dead. You would have been mine. You would have been perched on this wall overlooking the city, forever awake, wishing for death, wishing that you didn't exist.
Doubt it.
But I will have my revenge. I will be satiated.
But you," and he points to you, Minnis,
What?
You I will serve to him on a platter to fuel his power for years to come.
Hey, listen, I know cows are delicious, but I ain't no cow. This bull ain't getting taken easily.
Let's see what we have to say about that as we mount you to the acrylic shard itself, as your life force is seeped away for years and years and years.
and you see that Ritzkulak is like blood is dripping from its toad-like mouth, and Viral's spiraling in his own twisted words. What are the 3 of you doing?
I kind of peek around and look at Armos. What are we doing, Armos?
You see Reginald is staring at Ritzkulak. Reginald is like seething on his own, and Ritzkulak looks over and he goes,
You know, Nelfash, I've always wondered how you would taste. I don't think you would taste as good as you once did with your wings, but now that they are removed, I think you would still make a pleasant snack. And your power would go to something much more useful. maybe, I don't know, a cantrip.
And you see that Rizkulak laughs to himself.
Armos is just seething with just the sight of the two of them, let alone Rizkulak there, and is just getting more and more amped up by the moment, the more that this madman is talking.
I'll follow your lead, Armos.
Yeah, same.
I'm going to test what's kind of going on here. I'm gonna cast Magic Hand and kind of push against Minnis as like, hold on, you know what I mean? You know, wait for kind of my cue type of situation, just to see if the room or if they react. So I'm kind of looking back and kind of putting my hand back, but since he's kind of a little further away from me, kind of
A nod.
also to test if the room reacts to me casting anything.
You cast Mage Hand to hold him back, but sure enough, Mage Hand goes off. You see that Viro is maniacally laughing, and then he looks at Rizkulak.
He goes, all right. Now I know what he's here for. Oh, it's so simple. I know. It's just my mind escapes me.
Reaches in, holds out a pouch.
His pooch. The soul of his pooch.
He like goes to teeth it.
I could just crush it. But I'll save it for later. When you're mounted on my wall, you have nowhere to go, and I slowly drain her life.
Okay, this is what I want to do. I want to cast Force Cage on Minnis and Drell.
What? Armos, what are you doing?
You cast Force Cage on Minnis and Drell, and he sees that as you begin to move your hands and you cast the spells, you look back at your teammates. That is going to start initiative as Force Cage goes off. Everybody roll me initiative.
There's a 22 for Minnis.
I
All
got
22s.
a 9.
Almost what'd you get?
Or, I'm sorry, 12.
12.
Sorry.
So you cast Force Cage on Drell and Minnis. What do you say?
They can't hear me because it's
It's a cube. Gotcha.
Yeah. So,
Reginald's like, what was that for?
kind of put my hand up and give them a signal.
Minnis is slamming against the walls, like trying to get out.
Drell's trying to punch it with this axe in his hand.
Armos. Hank, don't do this.
No.
He gives a nod, and as he turns around, this is a fight between you and me.
Initiative starts, and we're going to start at the top of the round. Initiative 23, which is Vero.
Jeez.
Goes, have it your way. And you see that he immediately begins to run as Rizkulak flies off his shoulder, and Rizkulak is flying in the air. You see that Vero immediately goes forward. As he runs towards you, you see that every 5 feet he runs, he teleports 5 feet, and his body turns to a visage of blood and reappears. He goes,
Let's get to business.
and he is going to attack you, as he's going to make 3 attacks. And with a 16, a 14. Oh, these are at disadvantage. So the first attack is a 14 because of foresight. 15. And the last attack is a 17. 17 hits. So you're going to take 1 attack from here as you see that his hand quickly gets encompassed with blood as he's making like a blood blade. You see like his through like the sinew of his skin, his blood comes out and makes like a bloody weapon, and it's going to deal 19 necrotic damage. And go ahead and make me a Constitution saving throw with DC 19. Make this with advantage because of foresight.
So I got a 14.
So you fail. You see that as the blood touch hits you, that last attack, you go to like reactive, go out of the way as you take a step back as it's a pretty nasty attack against you, and you feel your body freeze up. You are now paralyzed as you fail that Constitution saving throw. And you see that he walks around you. He goes, oh, look at this. And he takes the back of his hand as the rest of his movement, and he rubs it along your cheekbone. He goes,
Oh, so stunned by my presence. Silly Armos. You can hold a candle to me. I will drain you of your blood. I will put it to something more useful.
as we move to initiative 22. Minnis, you just saw Armos, as he was dodging the first 2 attacks, get hit with the third one and now paralyzed. He's stunned in place.
Oh, I can't cast spells in or out.
Is Force Cage concentration?
No.
Not now. It is later. In the newer edition.
Oh, I have something that could help Armos if I could touch him. I think Minnis is just using his turn shouting and yelling and trying to fight his way out of the Force Cage.
You're like shouldering, you're running your shoulder into it, then you're using like your horns and you're trying to get out. Yeah, you're desperately trying to help Armos. As we move to initiative 12, Armos, you are stunned in place. You cannot move, you cannot use an action, you are paralyzed. As you see that he's resting his deathly ill hand across your face. It's insulting. And Reginald's like, the gall. Armos, you need to get some distance. You need to get distance between him. So you feel the blood rushing back within your veins. As at the end of your turn, you become unparalyzed. So that's how this attack works, is that if you get hit and you fail that Constitution saving throw, you become paralyzed until the end of your next turn. And then you get your action economy back. As your turn ends, we're going to go to initiative 9, Drell.
I think Drell kind of closes his eyes and folds his arms, as Minnis is like banging the wall against him. And I think he kind of goes into like a form of like, I don't know, kind of like meditation. He understands where Armos is coming from as he's been there before. So he understands, especially, as a warrior, as a fighter, fighting your battles. So I think he kind of calmly accepts Armos's decision and he kind of just stands there and waits.
And that's going to be the end of your turn.
Mm-hmm.
As we go back up to initiative 23, which is Viral. And you see that his body erupts in laughter as he casts an Eldritch Burst from his body almost. He's going to cast 3 Eldritch Blasts against you. The first one's going to be, roll disadvantage. Dirty 20 to hit. Another dirty 20 to hit. And the third one misses. So you're going to take 2 Eldritch Blasts. The third one missed. That's 19 points of force damage and an additional, our one rolled high, 25 points of force damage as you are knocked back into the Force Cage.
Armos, are you okay? As his face is pressed close to you as you're getting hit against the wall.
Yep. My face is like against it as I can hear Minnis's cries. I just hold up one finger and basically just telling him one more try or something.
We're going to move. It goes to initiative 22. Minnis, I'm assuming you're just bouncing off the walls.
Bouncing off the walls. He's like using the SIDS to float up and hit the ceiling. He's yelling at Drell too. He's like, Drell, what are you doing? We gotta get out there.
As we move to initiative 20 and you see Rich Gulak flies over from the book, from like a bookcase full of like random vials over the artifact that Viral had touched just before, onto the chair that he was sitting on that's in front of the altar, the spiked chair. It looks very decrepit. It looks like it's made out of bone and flesh from a creature unknown to you. And he sits and he watches. And you see that Rich Gulak laughs to himself as he watches the fight. We move to initiative 12, Armos.
Armos, we can help you! Armos!
As Armos gets up, I've been planning this weeks, months. My revenge will be swift and it will be echoed through every plane of existence. I look down at my staff and I break it.
Oh, what happens when you break the staff of the Magi? Hey, Armos, what are you doing with that? What are you doing with that? You see as you lift up your knee and you break it.
Reginald, you remember how you said I wouldn't be able to choose? I'm fucking choosing, and I snap it over my knee.
Oh my
As I snap
God.
it over my knee, take the staff over your knee against a solid surface and perform Retributive Strike. This staff is destroyed and releases the remaining magic in an explosion, expanding 30 feet from the centered at the staff. Anything 10 feet away takes 8 times the number of charges in the staff. Anything 11 to 20 takes 6 times how many charges, and anything 20 to 30 feet away takes 4 times the charges.
So it is 10 feet or closer. So, okay. You have a 50% chance to travel to a random plane of existence, avoiding the explosion. If you fail to avoid the effect, you take force damage equal to 16 times the number of charges in the staff. Every other creature in the area must make a DC 17 dexterity saving throw. On a failed save, the creature takes the amount of damage based on how far away it was from the origin, as shown on the following table. On a successful save, the creature takes half as much.
Wait, how much damage is that gonna be?
How many charges does this have?
Yeah.
50.
What? Wait, you have 50 charges in that thing?
Yeah.
50.
50 times 8. This thing does 400 damage?
Tony shitting his brick right now.
Armos' revenge will be fucking something that will echo from every plane of existence.
He
Literally.
said you're going out with me.
Okay. First we gotta do the first thing. You have a 50% chance to instantly travel to a random plane of existence, avoiding the explosion. If you fail this, you would take
400 points of force damage to the face.
He would take 800.
800.
Because it's 16 times the number of
'cause he's-
charges.
The number of charges, yeah.
Okay.
Armos, this would
Yep.
insta-kill you. You are taking more than double your life.
I feel like Armos has something up his sleeve. It sounds like a shenanigans.
Armos, roll me. Do not make this roll lightly. You're gonna do it. It's your staff. You're gonna roll me a D20. 1 to 10, you fail. 11 to 20, you pass. No, a matter of fact, I'll let you choose.
I get advantage, don't I?
Do you get advantage on this? It says you have a 50% chance to instantly travel to a random plane of existence.
You have advantage in all checks, I guess, but
I truly don't know if this counts as a check.
no.
Give
Probably
me
not.
1 second. Hold on. Let me just see how other DMs have ruled this. This is a first for me. This is a first. So give me 1 minute. Give me 1 minute.
Thank you for the force gauge, Armos, before you went off the rails.
Foresight does not help.
Okay.
So if the wording on this staff is that if you fail to teleport, you take the full brunt of the damage. You will take 800 points of magical damage. Every other creature gets to make that dexterity save. You get to choose. You're going to flip a coin or roll a d20 here, and you're going to call it. You can call heads or tails, or you can call high or low. If you say high, 11 through 20 is the number you're looking for. If you call low, 1 through 10 is what you're looking for.
Yeah, I'm gonna go high.
You're going to go high? Go ahead and roll a d20. I'm afraid to look. I'm genuinely afraid.
No, I haven't rolled it yet.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Dramatic pause. I just was
You're killing me
I was
with this
looking at
pause.
all three. I was looking at all three. Tony and Dan just like staring. Oh! Should have went low. Should have went low. It was an 8.
You fail to teleport.
Inspiration.
Oh, you do have
Inspiration.
inspiration.
Oh shit, you do have inspiration.
I knew about that for like 10 minutes. I was waiting for it. I was like, does no one else remember this shit?
Alex
I
was
had
sitting
4
on it.
contingencies. One of them is that Foresight let me re-roll.
One down.
The 5th one, Alec just sent at me because I prepared all these. I had 4 contingencies on
Roll
making
again.
this roll. 10? That's in the middle? What does that mean? That means I pass, right?
Nope.
11 through 20.
11 through-
50-50 chance.
Oh. Wait. Was this?
Wait, Dark One's left! Dark One's left!
Whoa!
Can you read me Dark One's luck?
Yeah, does that actually affect it? Read Dark was
There's
like.
a 6th contingency.
I don't know if Dark One's luck works here.
Read it.
I mean, once, when you make an ability check or a saving throw is what it
Oh.
says.
This is neither of those.
But I feel like it needs to happen.
Armos, you take the staff. Reginald goes, wait, what's that? And you snap it. Boom! And there's a massive white explosion and everything goes silent. We take the perspective of Minnis and Drell. Everything goes completely white. You don't feel the force of an explosion. You don't hear anything. It's just blinding you. And when you come back, you see in front of you, after I make this dexterity saving throw of a DC 17, he fails. As Viral looks questionably at your actions, you see that this flashbang of magic encompassing the force cage. You come to. The stairs behind you are shattered, books and shelves, and the altar seem ajar. The pile of books that were on the floor are now plastered everywhere. The statues are completely crumbled. The artifact that Viral was placing his hand on has been knocked over. You see that even Rich Gulak pops his head out, looking at the carnage. In front of you are two bodies. You see Viral's with its face completely caved in, his ribs and bones expunged from his body, as what little blood left within him is leaking onto the floor. And next to him, as steam rises off his tattered clothes, a tiefling with cracked and broken horns lying motionless between two halves of the same staff. Armos Vanan is dead.
It was this moment, Miranor, that I realized the severity of our situation, the reality of it. I might not be coming back, Miranor. I don't know if I will. I can talk a big game, and I can have all these powers, and I can do everything in my ability to do so, but even if we succeed, this could be my end. I'll never forget that feeling of helplessness as I sat there staring at my dead friend.
Minnis, Drell, the dust settles as you are hard pressed against the invisible glass of the force cage. The force cage deafens sound, and the bright light from Armos's Staff of the Magi explosion blinds you. After a few moments of this blinding white light encompassing the whole force cage, your vision finally comes through, and before you, what was once the top of Viral's tower is now in shambles and rubble. The stairs behind you are collapsed in on itself. The books stacked in the corner and the shelves pressed up against the dark cobblestone walls are completely destroyed and shredded. The demonic statues and the tentacles from the living towers completely obliterated. The altar is still mostly in one piece, but is very harshly chipped away. The blood shards on the altar are still intact. The stone statue on the altar, which looks like a pristine version of an angel presenting itself, is heavily destroyed. You see in front of you cracked ground. The tower looks like it's in shambles. The structure and foundation look very weak. Only a few moments have passed since Armos had casted his force cage around you. And after that blinding light, you see, to your surprise, Viral crushed within the rock, completely shredded, with ligaments, bones, and limbs distorted, contorted, and completely blown apart. In front of you, at the epicenter of the explosion, Armos's torn body, next to two halves of the same staff. You see that parts of his horn is blown off, his once red skin now completely turned to black, his robes, armor are completely torn away. His body looks mangled and distorted. You do not see any movement of any kind. In the rubble next to him, you see the corpse of a dead rabbit, with just his little feet sticking out from the rubble, motionless. Around you is complete chaos. You also see that the artifact at the edge of the room, the one that Viral had tapped on before meeting his fate, is knocked over and cracked and looks destroyed.
I think Minnis's hands slowly slide down from the glass as he was paying attention to the scene. His eyes are shaking as he looks down at Armos's corpse. And he slowly turns around with a grim face. He goes to sit in the center of this box. He crosses his legs as he sits down with a shadow over his eyes as he waits and waits for an hour as this cage is up for that long.
So only a few moments have passed. We're not going to just gloss over to the end of the spell just yet. Drell, what are you doing?
He feels extremely helpless, which I think is what's really tearing him apart the most right now. He's having a hard time realizing that, what just happened to Armos on the other side of the wall. And then, just right now, the fact that Minnis and Drell just can't do anything about it. So I think he's really having a battle going on in his mind, trying to figure out what he can do.
You see Sid is sitting towards Armos, like just against the glass. You see Sid's like stone arm like pressed up against the invisible glass looking out.
Yeah, I think Sid's probably a bit more stoic than the other Sids that have created almost this cape around me in this hug as they're trying to comfort Minnis.
You see the main Sid is pointing at Reginald's body.
Yeah.
As you sit and wait and stare at the carnage around you, you see some movement underneath Viral's makeshift spiked demonic throne. You see a flutter of two tiny wings as a demon crawls out from underneath, the shape of a toad with beady red eyes. Looks around sharply. It is Ritzkulak.
He sees me glaring at him.
You see it examines the room. As he looks around, he looks at you, and his eyes look at you unwavering, unblinking. And you see he flies over, lands on the rubble that Armos and Reginald are fatally buried under. He sits on the rubble and looks at Armos. And then he looks at Reginald and begins to tug on the foot of Reginald. Pulls up Reginald, and Reginald looks half naked, almost completely devoid of fur. And you see underneath his black fur is this black and white spotted rabbit skin with its eyes closed, its mouth open. And you look at Ritzkulak and you see him laughing. You can't hear him. And he throws him down to the ground. Reginald bounces. And then flies over to the force cage and looks at the two of you in there. Ritzkulak in this form is only about 1.5 feet high, 2 feet tall, looking up at you. And as you get a close look, you see the black toad skin with the bright red eyes, with its black wings and red underskin from the wings, and you see the red energy coursing through him. You see that the energy is like centered on his chest to his eyes and empowering his toad-like hands, that almost in the shape of claws. He stares at you. He has like this wicked smile on.
Drell, when this cage drops, we gotta take care of him first. I hope you're ready.
I'm ready.
Drell, you look out over the rubble to the tower and look into the city, and you see that the war is raging on. You see a lot more explosions than you did before, but you see green fire as well erupting throughout the city. Now, where you're standing, you can't see exactly what's going on, but through the red city skyline, you see that a lot of buildings are now set on green fire. And then as Ritzkulak stares at you, Minnis, you see his eyes begin to twitch, frog-like. One blink, two blink, one blink, one at a time, out of sync. And you see that he backs up a little bit as his wings flutter and force him back. And you see his mouth getting wide as it opens. It gets wider and wider. His body stays the same, just jutting out ever so slightly as his mouth becomes bigger. And as his mouth grows, you see this red veil of blood in front of, like in his mouth, almost like a drape covering a stage, a blood curtain in his mouth as it becomes bigger and bigger. And as it expands, it makes a 5-foot entrance out of this 2-foot tall toad. It looks like a gate of some kind. You see, stepping out of the mouth of the toad through this blood curtain, as if it's acting like some kind of portal, you see this ruby red gauntlet, followed by a foot, then another arm, and then his face is revealed. Minnis, you see the most perfect minotaur, a large black bull with huge horns, the epitome of what a minotaur should resemble, with blood red eyes, and one of its hands is a ruby red gauntlet. Drell, standing in the same space, is what you believe to be the perfect Goliath of your tribe, someone that looks very similar to your father, with also a ruby red shard-like gauntlet. You have seen this person before. You have fought this person before back on the beaches of Sandlow. Christo looks around, examines the carnage. The portal of Ritzgulak's mouth closes up, and you see that he takes immediate knee to his presence. He goes over to the rubble and sees Reginald lying on the floor. Then he goes over to the rubble, sticks his ruby gauntlet into the rubble, and pulls out Armos's body. Armos, now being clenched within his ruby gauntlet, you see that his arm is blown off, his legs are shredded, his armor is completely obliterated, and one of his horns is missing, and you just see that his face is just completely smoked out with his eyes closed. Turns his head. You see his lips moves, but no words can be heard, and tosses him to the side into the rubble of books.
My head doesn't turn, but my eyes obviously dart to Armos' location, and then I glare back without standing up.
With the crystal's other hand, that is not the ruby gauntlet, shifts through the rubble and picks up Armos' tome, examines the book, and notices the acrylic shard, the purified acrylic shard, socketed within his tome. He turns his head, and you get this immediate facial expression of anger. You see as he places his flesh hand onto the tome, onto the acrylic gem to examine it, you immediately see his hand begin to fade away into shards, slowly, and then pulls his hand back and drops the book to the floor. Crystal looks at Ritzgulak, and looks towards you, Minnis. Walks towards the force cage. He stares down at you. He does not have a facial expression on at this point, but he's staring at you intently and unblinking. He then places his ruby gauntlet onto the invisible wall of the force cage, and you stare at the palm. And in the palm, you see, as you see in detail for the first time, that this is not like a suit of armor, but you can then see the tiny finite cracks within the gauntlet. As you examine closer, you see that it's just it looks like 1,000,000 shards placed together to form this piece of armor. And right in the palm, you see those shards swirl in place. As he looks at you, you see like a small ripple of shards like water trying to reach out to you, as if he wants to grab you.
Back up, Sid, as I call Sid back to my shoulder.
Sid immediately climbs to your shoulder, gets ready, and feels what you're feeling as he stares at a crystal. The crystal then turns back to Ritzgulak, points at you, Minnis. While looking at him, Ritzgulak stares at you, nods his head, and you see his mouth grow into a giant gate as it did before, as a crystal steps back through, disappearing from this realm. Ritzgulak then sits on the rubble and stares at you and waits.
A blood shard tumbleweed goes by.
I think Drell just kind of continues to stand there silent. I don't think he's said a word yet since Minnis and him confirmed their plans after the wall drops. I think he just stared relentlessly as everything just happened, and he continues to just stand there, I think, staring.
Minnis has closed his eyes, almost meditating, counting down the time.
So you have 45 minutes to prep whatever you need to prep before Force Cage drops. So this is if there's anything you would like to do, now is the time.
Most of my stuff will probably be like as I realize the force cage is coming to a close, not any time in the middle.
You do have like a good concept of the time.
Yeah.
You know how Force Cage works. It's not the first time you've seen it.
Yeah, probably after about 50 minutes or so, Minnis stops his meditation, opens his eyes, and sighs. He gets up and he cracks his neck. All right. Don't know if you'll need this, Drell, but I'm gonna cast a few spells, I guess, before we get into this. And I'm gonna cast Freedom of Movement on both me and Drell, which is a 4th level spell. So, Drell, for Freedom of Movement, it's an action, it's not concentration. I touch a willing creature. For the duration, the target's movement is unaffected by difficult terrain. and spells and other magical effects can either reduce the target speed nor cause the target to be paralyzed or restrained. You can also spend 5 feet of movement to automatically escape from non-magical restraints, such as manacles or a creature that is grappling you. Finally, being underwater imposes no penalties on our movement. So we both have that.
Nice.
The spell is called free movement, you said?
Freedom of movement, level 4. I have to cast it at level 4 both times, because that's its minimum level. Something I got when I leveled up.
Sounds like a good spell.
Hopefully that helps. Minnis is assuming you're going to be the one up close and personal, so just in case. I'm also going to cast Long Strider on myself. I don't think Drell's going to need it, and I don't want to expend too many spell slots, so I just get 10 more feet of movement. And deciding the last thing I want to do, because I don't want to go through too many spells, but I should definitely cast one more, because Ritzgulak is going to mean business the second that wall drops. Maybe. I suppose I'll cast Bless on me and Drell at first level, and that'll be the last thing I do as I see the magic starting to fade away.
That adds to attack rolls and saving throws?
Correct, but not ability checks.
And not actual damage, right?
No.
Okay, copy.
Drell, are you doing anything to prepare as the wall's about to drop?
I think I'll just probably drink a ale. I think I'm probably going to drink a quick thistle, and that just gives me 15 extra feet of movement, and it gives me 15 extra feet of movement for an hour, and I think I'm going to give Minnis one as well. I'm just going to say, just in case you want it.
Swift Thistle, that one?
No, the quick thistle. Swift
quick thistle.
I believe, adds dex.
I prefer that one if you have it.
I do. I actually have that one as well. I mean, you could drink both.
What does that do to my dex?
+2.
Wow. Yeah, I'll definitely take that.
So, okay. Yeah, actually, I'm going to drink one of those as well. So I'm just going to drink a Swift Thistle and a Quick Thistle. So I have 45 movement and +5 dex now.
Ritzgulak sees you casting spells, Minnis, and immediately, adjusts himself, getting ready, like a dog reacting to a bag of treats being shaken. And you see that as he gets up, and he sees Drell begins to drink something, and you see his body begins to contort and turn as he gets bigger and larger, and you see the red energy from a blood shard quickly growing as the energy that's expunging out to his claws and his eyes begins to grow as he triples in size from 2 feet to 7 feet.
Here we go.
You see, maintaining his toad-like shape, he becomes a lot larger. He grows an enormous tail. He has a 15-foot wingspan and a large glowing mouth that looks like there's lava burning inside. And then that bright red fiery color matches his eyes, and you see the energy coursing from the bloodshot on his chest throughout his body, and you see that his hands are ignited and his claws are fiery red. A few moments of silence pass as you see Ritzgulak takes an attacking stance. You get your weapons ready, and the force cage drops. Everybody roll.
Boom. I understood better then what fuels Drell's rage. What I used to think was mere instinct is actually his burning passion to keep his loved ones and friends safe. To keep them from ever dying again, like his parents did and Armos did right before our eyes. I felt that rage too, as we took our weapons to Ritzgulak. It was a difficult fight, but Drell and I were in a rhythm, not giving him an inch to breathe. The damn demon kept growing and growing, and each second we fought, I could feel the air getting thinner as he filled the room with fire and blood. But as I stood there in the broken tower, I could hear the cheers of our comrades outside, fighting as hard as they could, as I blasted the room full of holy energy like a beacon in the night. Drell used every breath and every spell Armos gave him to take the advantage and swung through the toad like butter in the end. As we stood above him, his tiny true form crawled out of his own corpse like a snake shedding its skin. And as we went for the killing blow, he begged us to make a deal.
You see his body slowly decay away. As you deliver the final blow, you see his chest burst as he begins to immediately disintegrate. As the body melts away around him, you see that the lights in his eyes fade out and the energy that was coursing through its body dims, and crawling out from the center of its chest with battered wings and like an eye like half shut, black and blue. You see his arms in his tiny form again, beaten and struggling to climb out of its bigger form's corpse is the smaller version that was on Viral's shoulder. We're out of combat as he comes up and he goes, I told you I cannot die, or this isn't my first time. But wait, as you come down for one final attack with the axe, you need me.
Why?
A deal can be made here. You see that he stares into your soul and immediately knows your intentions. You seek the bridge. You wish to pass. You need me to pass.
What makes you sure we need you?
I am a gate to his realm. You immediately think back to when you were in a force cage as Ocristo used Ritzgulak's body to form a gate to pass through. You kill me now, and everything you've worked for dies here.
I don't know, Drell. What do you think? You don't think we can find a way through? I guess, can I make I'm not gonna be good at it, but can I make like an intelligence check to see if I can look around at the shards of this room in Viral and see if I could think of a way that we could get to the other side with the Ogburn or any other rituals?
You would make me an Arcana here.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, okay, that's a 3. That tracks.
Drell squints his eyes as he's talking and rolls a 5.
You have no idea if he's bluffing or telling the truth. You're not sure if gates are hard to come by or not.
All right. Well, Ritzgulak, there could be a deal to be made. But before that, you see Minnis kind of walks over to the eastern side of the room where his cart was invisible, and he kicks his cart, and he reaches into his cart, and he comes back, and he says, "Be free, my furry companion," and he opens the iron flask and releases the wolf.
Well, I'm not gonna lie, this is a real bad place to just let him out.
Yeah. Sit. And I just make him sit. I think he like curls up on the throne for a little while. Well,
yeah, you see that this wolf, this massive black-furred direwolf, is like looking around and like. So an iron flask, for those that have forgotten, is you can capture a willing or unwilling creature, and if it passes a check, it now becomes theirs. And depending on the nature of the creature is how it acts after a specific amount of time has passed. But for right now, this wolf is under Minnis's control with the iron flask.
And I kneel down next to this crawling toad, and I smile. Hop in, and I open it. Wisdom save.
I can't. No, I can't. No, I refuse. 20.
It passes.
No, you see that the bottle tries to suck him in, and he scurries away just a few inches. No, you will not keep me captive in that mortal device.
I just keep trying and chasing it around the room.
I will serve no purpose in that fire.
Stop moving. Get over here.
What else could I possibly do here in my current state? No, and you chase it, and then that rubble you saw before in the middle of the fight begins to move again. You hear a groan. Oh, my head. As you see underneath the rubble, a crooked ear.
I knew it.
As Reginald pops up beneath the rubble, half naked with his fur blown away. Oh, what happened? Oh, my head.
Yeah, that was Armos.
Why am I cold?
Yeah.
Where's my fur?
Yeah.
Get over here. Come on, stop moving.
Yeah, hey, we're gonna catch you up, but right now we're trying over here to catch Ritzgulak. Any chance you could help us with that?
And I point to Minnis, like following Ritzgulak with the flask open around the room.
He's not gonna go in that thing.
What do you mean?
He's not gonna be able to be trapped by that thing.
How many gates are there to the realm? Ritz says we need them, but is he being serious, or do you think we could find another way?
He's letting you in so easily?
Well, I mean, Minnis and I beat the shit out of him, so yeah.
You beat his ass?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm pissed.
Pretty lethargic, not gonna lie.
Where's Armos? I'm sure Armos got at him.
Yeah, he did. Hey, he had to go somewhere real quick, but
What do you mean you had to go somewhere? What
he's busy. He had to take care of something.
do you mean he's busy?
Look,
What's more important than this, Drell?
this is highly sensitive. We need your help. Is there other gates that we can access, or is Ritzgulak our best option?
He is right. He is an option. I was an option until the tome was purified. Armos was the bridge. Through me, since I've been purified, you would need another willing demon to open the gate.
Any demon?
Of certain stature and intelligence, but yes.
You see Minnis and Ritzgulak in tiny form sweating and panting in the background.
Go away. I'm not gonna do this. I'm not gonna do this. Let me go. Let me.
We're both like sweating and like lying down because we expended too much energy.
You see that Ritzgulak is now flies over to the center of the elevator platform where he was and sees Reginald.
Nelfash, I thought you were eradicated by the blast. You're more adorable than I presumed you to be. You don't look so hard yourself.
Drell, can you just like grab him?
Yeah, I bend over and I just grab Ritzgulak.
And you see that like his eyes and cheeks bubble out for a minute as you grab him with your strength, like a squeak toy.
Okay, I'm coming over. I guess I'm gonna tie up Ritzgulak.
Reginald continues speaking. He goes,
What he's saying is right. He's gonna need you to open the gate. Can't follow us, and he'll remain here essentially.
And then after I tie Ritzgulak up, I'm like, all right, well, I can't think about that right now. And I go over to Armos and I pull off a bunch of rubble and I pick him up and I'm gonna bring Armos to the center of the room.
Armos?
Yeah, Reginald. This idiot exploded himself.
What?
You know that staff? He cracked it over his knee.
you see Reginald walks over and like over to Armos's like decrepit body. Horn is blown off, completely shredded, his face blackened from the explosion.
Oh, you're such an idiot.
He like sniffs him. You see he becomes more animalistic rather than demonic. His nose like twitches and like nudges Armos's like broken horn with his nose to see if like they're alive or not. And you see like more of his animalistic side comes out as he's like coping with it.
We were supposed to free ourselves from this. What? You pulled the trigger too soon. The goal is on that side, not here.
You see that like he punches the body out of anger.
He goes, "Where's the tome?"
He's like looking around. He's looking for the Armos's book.
Drell runs over and grabs the book and he picks it up.
And he takes the book from you and he like pulls it down and he's like flipping through all the pages.
No.
And he goes to the last page and he sees that the contract that was there signed between the two of them and their names were both like glowing within the pages. And he sees that Armos's name is now dulled and grayed out as if it lost its, like if the signature itself had lost its essence. And it looks like normal words on a page when you see the name Nelfash still glowing in light.
Armos, I can't believe you did that. Minnis is gonna kneel down next to Armos, and you see a bunch of the Sids pop up around the room from various places, behind statues, under books, under rubble, and they create a circle around Armos, almost like a crowd in an amphitheater. All the Sids are on the steps of the stairs and around the room, and there's this circle around us in the center platform. And I look down at Armos. I'm like, Drell, take a rest, all right? So I do this for an hour, and you see that the empty circle begins to glow as the Sids kind of put their hands together. And Minnis takes out a rod, a staff, from behind his back. I look down at Armos. Don't ever do that again! And I cast Resurrection on Armos. With my Staff of Resurrection and my 5 charges.
Of resurrection?
Yes, he does!
When did you get this?
I got that in the cave!
What cave?
I got that in the White Dragon Cave.
The random dragon glue.
Yep.
Oh, shucks.
Armos and I have been planning this for months. Bang! This blast of energy goes off as I think it essentially disintegrates the staff with all its energy.
Wait,
Wait.
You touch a dead creature that is dead, has been dead for no more than a century, that didn't die of old age, and that isn't undead. If its soul is free and willing, which I believe Armos's is, the target returns to life with all its hit points. This spell neutralizes any poison, cures normal diseases afflicted to the creature when it died. It does not, however, remove magical diseases, sorry, Drell, curses, and the like.
What?
If such effects aren't removed prior to the casting of the spell, they afflict the target on its return to life. The spell closes all mortal wounds and restores any missing body parts. Coming back from the dead, however, is an ordeal. The target takes -4 penalty to all attack rolls, saving throws, and ability checks. Every time the target finishes a long rest, the penalty reduces by 1. Casting the spell to restore life to a creature that has been dead for 1 year or longer taxes you more greatly, but we don't need to worry about that.
The new fucking random dragon horde.
Aren't you excited?
So Drell, as you are white knuckling Ritzkulak with your fist, you can take a short rest here if you like. As Minnis begins to cast the spell of resurrection. I can't believe you have this item. And after 1 hour, you see the Sids clear the area of any rubble and begin to perform various sigils and runes in the shape with their bodies, making these shapes to cast the spell. And Minnis, as you are casting this spell, your body illuminates. Your eyes begin to glow this holy radiant light. As you begin to hover for a moment, the staff being held by your hand is actually hovering within your palm. For what is an hour to Drell and an hour to Reginald, as they are looking at you perform this spell, is but a few seconds to you. As the spell is being casted to the rod, an hour flashes by. Fade to black. Armos, the last thing you saw was Vero looking down at you as you snap the staff of Magi over your knee, creating this massive explosion. As Vero asks, "What was that?" And then everything goes to white. Everything is now silent. You do not experience any pain, for your death was instantaneous. For a brief moment, what only feels like a few seconds to you was that your entire world was shrouded in darkness, with a giant luminescent moon looking down at you ominously, covering a majority of the sky, as a flock of ravens were circling around you from all sides, blocking your view from your shadowy landscape. As you felt the presence of Limbo, as you were awaiting a meeting from a being more powerful than you. For being dead for such a brief moment of time, you do not experience any of the afterlife transitions just yet, as your soul has now ripped from the fell, from the circle of ravens, and placed back into your body. And as you go back to the material plane, almost your body begins to heal itself slowly as a gasp of air rushes back into your reforming lungs, as you feel the sharp pain of your limbs regrowing, as you feel the fiery singe of an explosion from growing limbs, muscle tissue repairing, your fingers becoming whole again, as your horn begins to regrow in place. And it's like you're feeling all the pain that you would have felt in this explosion in reverse, as you are now brought back to full health and fully resurrected. You are completely restored with full spell slots and life. Your body regains its form, however, some of your items do not, as they've succumbed to some heavy damage. And we'll figure that out in a minute. Almost, welcome back!
Oh, I guess it worked.
I slap him. Armos!
Take 1 point of bludgeoning damage.
How dare you? We didn't discuss this. You just went in like a savage. What were you thinking? What if I didn't have this staff?
I knew you had it in you. I put the note in your vest. You didn't. I figured
What?
you saw the note.
And he pulls out, he looks in his vest, in his armor, and he pulls out a note that says, "Hey, I'm gonna do the thing," or whatever you put. What did you write?
make sure to use your Rod of Resurrection on me. And don't use any of it during the fight if all doesn't go according to plan.
What? You can't do that to me.
Oh.
Minnis is getting really mad.
You see Drell's taking a short rest and was explaining the plan to Reginald. Just so everybody knows, this is behind my back, by the way. I have no idea that this is going down. So Drell is explaining the plan to Reginald. Oh, so basically he sacrificed himself and left a note, but didn't tell anybody about the note, and then he had this rod of bringing people back to life that he was just saving for just an occasion?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's...
Wow.
Yeah.
If that ain't some big brain dragon chest, I don't know what is.
Yeah, right. Typical Armos move.
That's infernal. Yeah. See my patron's smart, Ritz, unlike your old decrepit ass one.
And we all look over to the destroyed corpse.
It's just a shadow on the ground from the explosion.
It was a difficult decision to make, but we had to do what we had to do. Luckily, Ritz Gulak only wanted his life as a trade for us going through the portal. Maybe there's a chance that Wolfie takes care of him on the other side, but not so sure. But here we are, now in this crazy, crazy realm.
You see Reginald comes back, dragging Ritz Gulak. Ritz Gulak has a few extra lumps on him. Like, okay, so we're doing this?
All right, and I walk over to Ritz Gulak. The three of us agree not to attack you or murder you or kill you and leave you here alive if you let us through.
And so be it. You see his eyes shimmer as he leaves out his frog toad-like hand for you to shake on it.
I shake.
Feels accepted.
Is this like painful or do we get blood on us? How does this work?
I guess you'll find out.
Okay. Let's do this. Let's just do this and get it over with. Miss drags Reginald and Ritz to the center of the room.
As the three of you gather in the middle, he gives one last look to Reginald and gives a devilish look to Armos. Not the way you thought it was gonna go, was it, Armos? And then you see his eyes bug out, and his mouth grows wide agape in a jar, up to 5 feet all around, making this devilish toad fleshy portal with its mouth. As you see, blood begins to pour down between its teeth, creating a curtain of blood for you to step through.
Gross. Drell, you first.
Okay. And Drell walks through first.
After you, Armos.
I stare at Ritz Gulak the entire time as I reluctantly go into the portal.
All right, Ritz. You win this time. And as I walk towards the portal, I lean slightly to the right and wink at the wolf that's hiding behind the throne. Ready, Sid? All right. And I jump through, and as I jump through, I try my best to open the poison and drop it into his gullet.
As each of you go through, you notice that the portal, like, this one isn't as cliche as it is a curtain of blood, and you see the ploops of blood and it bubbles before you. But you notice that as you approach it, other than the foul stench of the blood, you get a great sense of evil from the other side that overwhelms you as you step through. As your feet land, you find yourself on top of a stone pillar high in the sky, hundreds of feet over a raging blood ocean. The wind is fierce and the waves are crashing. And in the center of this platform, Armos, you have been here many times before. You see this open-faced well with nothing in it. High above you is a large blue greenish moon that sticks and stands out from the blood-red sky. Then you see ahead of you is this long red stone bridge that extends all the way into the distance over the blood ocean. And at the other end is a dark, large, ruby red castle. A bridge that you have been building for this entire campaign, reaching its front gates.
Miranor, you may already understand at this point why I am writing you. Should I be left behind in this crimson wasteland of shards and blood? Should we fail? It is up to you. There's no one else I would trust in this effort. I have provided all important notes from our journey in this envelope so that you may learn from us. But should we succeed, and the very likely scenario occurs that I do not return, consider our duel forfeit and take the throne. Tell Titus how hard I fought and that I approve, whether he needs that or not. Travel to San Lo and reconnect with our brothers and sisters from the west. See the map I provided and let them know I sent you. This is where I battled and defeated the mythical Hydra of the Kambuki Isles. This is where I found the love of my life. Numi. I believe you two already met. She told me you bought some journals. I was happy to hear that. Please let her know, should I fall, that I will wait for her in the upper plains. But on the slim chance that I do make it out of here, I will accept your challenge for the throne with a smile. This will be my last letter. Much love. Minnis PebbleWalker.
Hey, it's me, Drell, and welcome back to Drell's Bodacious Bodatorium, the only gym where your muscles are honored, glorified, and occasionally worshipped. Once again, thank you all for being here. You make this place what it is. Now, before you get back to lifting, sprinting, and mildly intimidating newcomers, I have some important announcements. First up, the Shadow Smugglers. To the Dread, I saw you silently attempting to teach some of the new members on how to do a proper deadlift last week. However, watching a room full of terrified beginners interpret your dramatic gestures like a game of charades was absolutely hilarious. Maybe next time, a thumbs up first before the doom shake of the head. Either way, the cape flourish at the end, 10 out of 10. Keep it up, man. Reese. So the yoga mats you ordered for the studio finally arrived. And I must say, why do they all have a photo of an unsettling picture of a wide-eyed goat on them? What's the message here? Inner peace? But like with deep unease? Either way, they're here, and we're using them because Drell likes to save money. Thanks, I guess. Julius Kendrick. Julius, buddy, I caught you trying to install a fog machine in the cycling room to enhance intensity of the spin class. Look, I admire the ambition, but we barely survived the Great Sauna incident last month. You're on thin ice. I'm placing you on supervised gym duty until further notice. And no, I don't mean the cool supervisor who lets stuff slide, aka me. I mean Sid the Ashborn, and he's watching you. So good luck. Next up, the Bloodshard Bandits. Morgan Ulthil. Listen, I appreciate your dedication to the companion daycare. I really do. But your fox familiar has now escaped from the playpen 3 times and has mastered the art of stealing unattended snacks. I caught him red pawed yesterday with an entire protein bar in his mouth, looking at me dead in the eyes, daring to take a bite. Artemis. Your legendary bouncer duties has reached new heights last week when you casually one-handed a dude at the front door after he dropped the weights and screamed, "I'm so strong." We salute you. In appreciation, I'm ordering you a DBB branded, no lift, no entry hoodie. Wear it with pride.
Hey, Drell, can I step in for a second?
Oh my god, this guy, please.
I have 3 new members signing up for the Bodatorium this month.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we got Craig Dawnbringer. He's a skilled warlock who can keep those bugbear teens from spraying graffiti all over the walls. Just keep an eye on him. I think I saw his patron trying to sell supplements to the gym rats outside. And this here is Knockmock. He wants to set up a food cart outside if that's okay. He said something about needing to beat his rival food cart in sales this month, but is struggling to compete with their magically laminated menus. And this is the first time Shirley has even seen a bodatorium. So I told her you could show her around personally and give her a demonstration of every single piece of equipment.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, thanks, Drell. Bye!
Damn. Shade Greyfire, your finger guns per entry ratio is still unacceptable. However, I will say the choreographed backflip you did last Thursday was kind of impressive. If you can limit the finger guns to 1 per visit, I'll allow it. Also, where'd you get those matching headbands and tank tops? The drip is undeniable. Sly, I caught wind of your latest idea for the Wear Rage Room, a dual-wielding sledgehammer course, which I love. I love the energy. I'm pretty sure the insurance won't cover that though. Let's maybe test it out on a small scale first. By small scale, I mean 0 scale. Next, we have the Sidgwick College alumni, David LaChance. I overheard you saying smoothies taste better when they're free while standing in line at the smoothie station. Bold. Very bold. In response, I've introduced a new smoothie tax. It only applies to you. So enjoy your LaChance surcharge. Punk, I saw that unofficial flyer you put up for the live performance. Come for the punk, stay for the other guy? Really? I mean, fine, I get it. But who do you think books these gigs? That's right, it's me. So I hope you like playing Sunday mornings at sunrise now, my friend. Robit, your anti-bread protest has somehow escalated into an entire underground movement. I don't know how you could convince people that pasta is also the enemy, but I've never seen so much wheat-related rage in my life. I'm allowing you to set up a gluten-free information booth near the Tau return station. Use your powers wisely. St. Chaos, the mysterious shipments continue to arrive in pristine condition. I have no further questions. I did notice the package you sent me though. Intriguing. Very intriguing. I'll report back soon. Also, I did hear that there's a monster in the lake. Please let me know if I need to come take care of it. Now we have Humbrea's heroes. Mr. Man with Glass, Charcoal Darts, and DD Virgin. Your tennis versus pickleball war is reaching absurd levels. I mean, a strategically placed net trap? A decoy ball filled with glitter? Look, I'll allow it for now. But if I see one more smoke bomb mid-game, I'm intervening. Unless it looks cool, then carry on. The Disciple, Ripcord, Toby Large, and John Carroll. Trying to sneak Minonor back into the gym disguised as a celebrity guest trainer was a bold choice, and I almost fell for it until he tried to upsell me on, I quote, exclusive training secrets for Tony Goldalessin. He is now officially banned for 10 months. Good effort though. Johnny Tarr, Will Miller, and Taslin. Your pickleball resistance movement is gaining momentum. The pickleball pledge you make the new members recite, absolutely terrifying, but also effective. And I respect it. If you win the battle for the Dread Memorial Athletic Court, I might consider adding a pickleball king throne. Maybe. Drown, Native Nightmare, and Grant Fairman. You three are training like absolute beasts for the semi-annual bodybuilding competition, and I respect it. But let's be clear, if any of you outshine me on competition day, we're gonna have issues. So keep pushing. Just tone it down maybe like 5%. Good luck, but also not too much luck. And that's all for today. Thank you again for making Drell's Bodacious Bodatorium the greatest gym in the land. Keep lifting, keep thriving, and keep entertaining me with your absolute nonsense. Drell, out.